start, or not.
This is just another example of our effort to do long-range financial planning at a level of detail that kind of prepares us in the short run and the long run for capital improvement planning, rate studies, financial management, trying to take our efforts to the next level. And I apologize in advance, there is quite a bit of detail here, but that's what's necessary to plan at the level we're trying to plan at.
I would agree. I was trying to get my computer up in case you had any additional questions. Jacob, do you have that up there? So today's topic of conversation is the water and wastewater rate analysis. This is a compilation of data that we do annually to help us determine what we would anticipate the rates for the following year will be. We typically do it over a 5-year period. However, the data that we're actually looking at, we go out a lot longer than that when we're looking at the data we provide you with those 5 years, because we're trying to get an idea of what's going to happen to those rates over the next 5 years. And it changes every year, so we never know. Basically what we do is we look back at some actual data, then there's a compilation of what we expect to happen in the future, and as we all know, we don't have a crystal ball, so these numbers do change rapidly. And with the water and wastewater fund, it's not small dollar amounts, it's pretty significant dollars. So any one change can make a significant change in the analysis. So the first thing we'll do, the next slide, Jacob, we'll look at the future capital needs. We'll look at some of the assumptions that we're making in the analysis, just so that you have an idea where our numbers are coming from. We'll look at the detail of the analysis as deeply as you want to go. We have provided that down to the line level item for each division. We'll look at some historical fund balances, because as you probably recall, this is one of those funds that has a fund balance that's pretty significant. And when you think about it, a $17, $18 million fund balance, it seems like a lot of money. But when you look at the cost of doing business in the water and wastewater department, it's not cheap. And so we need to make sure that we're accounting for things that we know are coming up in the future. We'll look at look at a bill for the normal customer, what the bill looks like, how these rate increases affect that bill. We'll look at the current rates. We'll just go over those very briefly. The proposed rates for 2022, and then how that compares to some of the other cities that are providing water for their constituents in the surrounding areas. So the first thing we'll look at, next slide please, is the Schilling water remediation. This is something that we've been working on for a long time. It did settle recently. As you hear me go through this conversation, what you'll hear me say is we've been planning for these things. We've been planning for these things. I've been here 4 years, and I know Martha's been planning for these things prior to me. And so what we've seen in this analysis is we knew some of this stuff was coming, but we had no idea what it was coming at. We didn't know what the amounts were going to be. We didn't know when exactly it was going to hit. So we've been trying to prepare our rates and our fund balance to absorb some of these larger cost items, so that we don't come in 2022 and ask for a 10 or 15% rate increase, because that's not what we want to do to our users. We want to try to prepare for that, do it over level rate increases, so that we're ready to do that when it happens. What you'll see is a lot of the things that we've been telling you over the last 5, 6, 7 years are happening. We've been preparing for them, and now all of a sudden we have groundwater remediation. As you recall, that settled with the Department of Justice about 1.5 years ago for $67 million. We hope that pays for the cost of that remediation. However, there are many, 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 many years after that remediation that we have to test, and we have to watch that remediation. So we're budgeting currently for $5 million in excess of that $67 million. That would be the city's share. So we're budgeting for that in the analysis in anticipation that could go into effect in 2028, because we believe, if you look at the schedule on the next slide, slide 4, you'll see that most of the actual remediation should be complete, the activity work, and then the items highlighted in yellow are really then monitoring and testing and things like that. So that'll go on through 2050 or sometime out in the future. And that's really where we believe, if there's going to be a cost for the city to absorb, it's going to be out in that future area sometime. So we are in the analysis, budgeting for a $5 million debt financed item, which is about $370,000 a year. So when we look at our our analysis, we'll see that in the in the future capital needs. The other capital need that we've been talking about for years and years is with the wastewater plant. We have deferred for the next slide, Jacob. We've been anticipating that we're going to have about $8 to $10 million in equipment that Martha and her folks were kind of putting off until they knew exactly what the wastewater plant system was going to be. I won't even imagine to tell you what it really means, but evidently there's a lot of different processes that you can use in that system, and until they've been ready to design that and they know exactly what that's going to be, they really didn't know what this equipment was going to be. So they didn't want to spend money on equipment that they knew they were going to be replacing in 3 or 4 years. Instead, we were setting aside some of this funding in order to be prepared to pay for those maintenance equipment repairs or upgrades when the new system at the wastewater plant got put into place. And so that we anticipate will happen within the next year or two. We've budgeted a little over $7 million for that, and we've been setting that aside in the capital reserve fund for the utility department. And so we'll anticipate taking that out of that fund fully in cash to pay for the upgrades on that equipment.
And Commissioners, with a little bit more detail on that, probably more so for the listeners at home than you, we've been waiting for our NPDES permit to be renewed. It's on a 5-year cycle. And so the improvements that Debbie's referencing, we knew were going to be required, or we anticipated significant changes as a result from that permit, the need to upgrade the outdated sewer treatment plant, and then also to address deferred equipment. So we were strategically waiting until we had more details related to the permitting requirements, the treatment requirements, and the wastewater plant design, so we could then figure out what was left in the way of these deferred items.
That's correct. So then the next item, something that we've been working on and Martha's team has been working on for several years now, it looks like about 10 or 12 years, is water line improvements. As you know, we have old cast iron piping in a lot of our areas, and so they have a plan to replace that, and it's going to take 50 years or more to replace it all. The original plan was that we were going to debt finance $20 million of that, which we have done. Contractors are currently completing the last batch of debt financed work, which we're calling the 2019-2020 projects. And so once that's completed, we'll start bidding out contracts that we're going to pay out in cash. We had budgeted that for 2021, and these projects don't move as quickly as we anticipate. However, we do have that budgeted in 2021. We don't anticipate that going out for bid in 2021, so we are anticipating in the analysis that we're going to hold that funding over from 2021. And in 2022, we're going to bid the 2021 project and the 2022 project because they're a little bit smaller, and get those all completed in early 2023. So we have in our analysis and in our data cash payment for $2 million of water line improvements that will be coming out of that system. We currently have all of the design complete for the 2021 project and about 50% complete for the design of the 2022 project. And Martha's anticipating that that will go out for bid in early 2022, hoping that the couple of contractors that we have that do that work will be available and be able to do that work and be complete by early 2023.
I had said something to Mr. Scragg about this. Do we have any idea with the new infrastructure bill that's been passed, how many dollars we might anticipate going towards replacements of our cast iron pipes?
Have any specifics, go ahead.
I really don't have any specifics, but everyone in every community is following where's that money going to go and keeping in close touch with KDHE. We think it probably may come through part of their state revolving loan fund program, and there may be some forgiveness of loans for different types of projects, but I'm not sure when we'll see that actual program published, but
Yeah,
we're watching it closely.
Yeah, what brought it to my attention is I happened to be watching, and President Biden was discussing it, and he did mention the fact that iron pipes were one of their main concerns, and that some of those dollars would go to it. So hopefully those dollars are available, we can help lower the cost of this to the local taxpayers.
Yeah, I know they have lead service lines, and lead lines also are an important factor in their program. So I see that as something we might be able to,
Right.
some dollars for the 1,300 service lines. We're not sure if they're lead or if there's some other material that
Right.
were unidentified, but definitely some money for that, hopefully.
Good.
I will say we have not taken that into account in the analysis because it's unknown
Right.
at this point. And a lot of it will depend too on, depending on what that grant looks like, the duration that they allow you to use it, because we have difficulty, as we know, getting $2 or $4 million worth of work done in a year. So if it's a very short time frame, it might be difficult for us to utilize a lot of that. But hopefully, we'll be able to utilize some of that, and in the future, we'll be able to adjust some of those rates. So now, those are kind of the capital needs that we've been looking at, and we're actually implementing into the analysis and making sure we have a handle on. Some of the assumptions that we're looking at, we have actually reduced some of these assumptions because we're not seeing those numbers go up. For example, healthcare and work comp, we had that at 5%, and the benefits, we had those all going up 5% in previous years. This year, we have those going up 3%. Personnel, we have going up 3%. Supplies, 3%. Capital outlay, we only have at 1%, but we believe that number's pretty small in this number, in the overall look at it. So if the numbers for other items come in lower, then that number may go in higher. As we all know, with projecting, we just never know what's going to happen with those numbers. But what we're trying to do, and Mike kind of alluded to this when he started, is we're trying to really tie down as closely as we can those projections, because the last thing we want to do is raise rates when we don't need to raise rates. So we're trying to constrict as much as we're possibly comfortable with, without putting the water system financially in danger in a following year. So we're trying to do as much as we can to reduce the expenses to the comfort level that we certainly can get to, and maximize the revenue projections as much as we can at the level that we are comfortable to doing so. Because we know that what we've seen in the past is that we budget for certain amounts, we don't spend that amount, so our fund balance goes up. So we're trying to kind of tie that in a little bit closer. And in this situation, it's very difficult because prices are going up, and there's just so much to be analyzed and the data to look at. So that gives you kind of the projections on the operating costs. We do have many projects that we have debt financed. The projects that are being supported in the assumptions that we have start back in the early 2000s. Probably the biggest one is the meter replacement project that we started debt financing in 2012. That will actually be paid off in 2031. We have the South Water Plant on here. We have all of the water line improvements that I spoke of earlier, the $20 million. We've done some sewer improvements at Markley Magnolia. The wastewater plant is our next largest one, and then we have the groundwater remediation. At this point, we believe that these are the large debt finance projects that we have. What we look at, though, when we do projects, for example, Markley Magnolia or something a little bit smaller than a $30 million water plant, is we look at the interest rates of what we're going to get to borrow that money. And the rates have been so good in the last few years that we've debt financed a few of these things that maybe we could have used cash to influx into them or something like that. But because the rates were so good, we felt like we should just go ahead and debt finance it and save that money for something that maybe we weren't preparing for. The next page, the assumptions we're looking at are the number of accounts that we have. What we're seeing is that the number of accounts, surprisingly, are going up, not significant, 20,000 accounts, so 81 new accounts in 2020 doesn't seem like a lot, but it is an upward trend. So we're seeing more accounts. A majority of those accounts are residential. I think the number was somewhere around 17,000 or 18,000 of those accounts are residential. And then the numbers for commercial and industrial are a lot smaller. But it is an upward trend. And so to be conservative, where that growth rate is about 0.68%, we're only assuming a 0.01% growth rate in accounts. Accounts don't have as big an effect on the revenue as consumption does, because you're only collecting $8 or $6 a month from an account, but consumption, where you're paying for every gallon of water you used, is a bulk of a person's bill. So the effect on the number of accounts is not as drastic as the effect of your assumptions for consumption. And so that's where the next table that we're showing is actually the consumption. And what was interesting to us is those are trending down. And so as we've been looking at these over the past 4 or 5 years, we've been analyzing this using an average. So we've been taking the average over the past 5 or 10 years and using that as our assumption. But when we saw this trend line going down, so it doesn't look like it's drastic, but it's going down. So the usage of water and sewer are going down. We felt like it was important for us to capitalize on that number and make sure that we're not overestimating what that usage is going to be, since that's the majority of where our revenue comes from. So rather than using the average for those, we have lowered that to match more closely to what the trend line says it's going to do. We know it's never going to go to zero, and we can tell that it's kind of flattening out. So at some point, we'll have to decide where to flatten that out. But for this current analysis, we're just using that trend line number. I think the previous number we were using for usage on water was somewhere around 1,700 or 1.7 million gallons. We're using 1.63 gallons this year. And on sewer, I think the number we were using was like 1.35, and we're using 1.25. So they're not huge numbers, but they do make a difference in the consumption that we're looking at. The other thing that we think is happening with this as people get more used to the excess use fees that we put into place back in the early 2000s, some of those have caused some of those consumptions to go down. The other information that I wanted to show, and this is some of the assumptions that we have that I showed earlier, this is the debt payment schedule for the wastewater fund. And as you can see, it peaks in 2022 when we start adding the full payment for the wastewater plant. The water plant's already included in that number. The wastewater plant will be added in 2023. And then when we get out there to 2030, 2031, that's when some of the meter project starts dropping off, and some of those projects start dropping off. So at that point, because this is only a 5-year trend we're looking at, we're not seeing the benefit of those debt payments going off yet. But we do, in our longer analysis, we do certainly see that happening as we get out to that point. And what we've tried to do in the analysis is take our fund balance as low as we possibly are comfortable doing that till we get to that peak where it starts dropping off. Because as we can see in the analysis, our fund balance is up here very high, and it starts to come down very rapidly when we start adding $2 million of cash-funded water line improvements and $2 million in debt payment for the wastewater plant. That number starts dropping very rapidly. So by the time we get to 2026 or so, we're at our fund balance target. We're at our target. And so we want to stay at that point. So we're trying to kind of adjust as we can in the future and kind of react to some of those things. The next piece of information that I wanted to provide on slide 11 was where we are today. Because we know in our analysis that what we're using is a budgeted number. And what we know historically is that we budget, we don't spend it all, we have this money left over, and then our fund balance starts going up. So what we did was we took a look at where we were at the end of November for 2021. And this data will show you that we're currently about $900,000 under budget on revenue. But with our estimates for what our revenue is going to be for December, we anticipate that that will be about $500,000 over budget, because we should collect about $1.5 million in December based on what our rates have currently been. On the expenditure side, you can see we're about $5 million under budget in November. Of course, we know we have a whole nother month of payroll and expenditures. And assuming that we spend most of that money, we're projecting that will be at least a $1.5 million under budget on our expense side too. So it's important to see that information, because as we get to the analysis on the next page, what we've done is, and what I kind of alluded to earlier was, we're trying to constrict these numbers in order to avoid increases if possible. So what we've done, as I've mentioned multiple times, is if we budget an expenditure and we don't spend it, but our revenues come in on budget, our fund balance goes up. And we don't, that's not what we're in the business to do, is to hold money. We want to try to get that leveled out. So what we've done in the analysis on a one-time basis is in 2021, we've reduced the total expenditures by $2 million based on that projection that we're seeing now. In 2022, we also reduced what our budgeted, because we're working on 2021 budget and 2022 budget numbers, and then in the future, it's all projections based on those budgets. So we also reduced for a one-time reduction in the 2022 budget expenditures. And that's based on our historical spending. What we've seen over historically is that underspending comes from staffing shortages and from the inability to complete system enhancements, which is sometimes directly related to staffing shortages. We know in 2022, even if we got full hire today, those folks wouldn't be up and running in order to get some of that stuff done in 2022.
I did have a question. I don't know if it's for Martha or for Debbie, but in terms of our staffing shortages, and I saw that there was a 3% increase in pay contemplated earlier in the presentation. I mean, I know that we've got the pay study coming in, but do we need to kind of anticipate maybe more than that to yeah, I think that's more for you, because you know the day-to-day people on the ground doing the work and the positions that are open. Is that something where we might need to contemplate adjusting that up a little bit further?
Well, as I talk with all my peers across the state, we're all in the same boat, trying to find employees. And typically, I look at our pay scale compared to theirs, and we're within reason, you know, and we're not big differences apart, so we're all having the same problem. Some of the comments we get is we're a 24/7 operation. We get called out any time of the day, any time of the night, and from what I can tell, that's not favorable to a lot of people that are looking for employment. And so I think, in my opinion, and this would be only my opinion, that we're going to have to do something different about the pay scale to entice those people into those that work that's unusually time demanding and very hard labor.
Right.
Because that's with the economy the way it is, and we've been advertising for, it's not just something that happened since COVID. We were in this position prior to COVID, so I think there's something more than pay that's going to entice them into being here also. So we've talked about that a lot.
Yeah, I think Martha's absolutely correct. It's not just competing with peer utilities, it's competing for local employees that have a choice of working for us or someone else. I think the pay plan will shed light on exactly what it is we want to try to do in the way of the pay scale. That is not accounted for in these assumptions. Once we get the pay plan, I fully expect across the organization we're going to be having a conversation about, here's the goal, here's the price tag, here's our fund balances, here's the strategy to implement the pay plan.
One question on for the salaries. Is your baseline an assumption that we were fully staffed, or as you start filling vacant positions, does that put a strain on that 3%?
I don't think you fully have them staffed.
When we typically do a budget for any division, we look at what the average vacancy rate is for that division. So if Martha's rate is extremely high, we wouldn't never go to where she is today and say, oh, she's 20%, has 20% vacancy.
Which
But
is correct.
Oh, sorry.
Just
a number off
as an
my head.
analogy, that's a good number.
But we would look at that number when we'd say, we'll never get to 100% because Martha's never been at 100%. So we do take that into account. So we have adjusted for that within the budget process itself. Now, if she became fully staffed the 1st of January of 2022, that number would probably go out the window because we don't budget for that. It's not that we don't want it to happen, but historically, it just doesn't happen.
Does that
Thank
answer your questions? All right,
Yes,
thank you.
Just curious, it has nothing to, how do you make that job attractive to what generation is coming out of high school, whatever their letter or number is? But, I mean, how do you make it exciting and attractive?
I wished I had the crystal ball to figure that out. That's been a question that we've talked about amongst all of our organizations. How do we get young individuals interested in this? And it's just a little bit more of a manual effort than a tech effort. And it seems to be tech effort is kind of what they're interested in. So not everyone is interested in a manual job that's fairly difficult at times. So somehow we have to entice them into it, and I don't know whether it's about working hours or different things that give them some flexibility to come together and do things, have more time. When they're on call for 24/7. Maybe they get some times when they're not on call. Right now with our staff, everybody's on call all the time, because it usually takes about everybody we have available in water or wastewater to deal with the problem when it occurs, because we're so limited in staff in both of those groups.
So eventually, is that a situation where in the future you'd probably overhire to get that ideal mix of time off and coverage?
That's a tough question and something that takes some calculations to get to an answer on, but I think it has something to do with giving some flexibility and them being on call every day, all the time, to meet the needs. It's a tough job.
And it's always cold and wet when they have to go to work.
Or Thanksgiving, or
Yeah.
Father's Day, or whatever other day
Exactly.
comes up. It's when it happens, they have to go, which they do a very good job and do that, and I can't say they ever complain. They just do it, so.
You have a rough idea of those sort of emergency situations where they're on call and they got to get going. A rough percentage of how many of those incidents seem to happen after hours, after normal working hours, weekends, that kind of thing? Like, I mean, is it a quarter? Is it 50%? Is it?
I'm going to say it's at least 50%.
Really?
Yeah, it's a lot. They're very rarely that you do all of it during your 8 to 5 day. It might happen at 4 in the afternoon and you're there till midnight, or you could be there nearly all night on different
Yeah.
situations. So it might start during the day, but if it's late enough in the day, it doesn't
I
end.
was going to say, no matter what time it starts, it's going to be all day because of the nature of the work.
And then if they're out all night for something like that, we still have the water main replacement projects and other situations that come up that we have to meet the demands of those that are working on that, or a frozen meter, or just on and off water and several things. So it's really a lot of balls in the air for them to balance, especially when they're short staff. Makes it hard to complete all the maintenance that we'd like to.
Well, I don't mean to bag on you right now, but you're not making the job sound really attractive right now. So on behalf of what I've just heard for the last few minutes, I think they need to be paid a lot more. A lot more.
I think the average person that drives around and sees them working when they are and what they're doing already has a pretty good indication of what it takes to, away from your family time to do that. So it's finding a way to make that favorable, make that time away from family to be worth it with some other aspect of their job. So I don't know what that is yet, and everyone's trying to find that magic wand, and no one wants to be the last guy to figure it out. We're all trying to get something squared away. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I told Martha if she could come up with pipe that would never burst, then we wouldn't have this problem, so she needs to get on that, so. Some technology.
I told Debbie I wouldn't have to work here then because I would be rich.
That's right. That's exactly right. So the next part of the presentation is actually analysis. And really, I'm providing this just so that you see the amount of information that we do look at. We try to compare year by year, line by line, item by item, division by division, to make sure that these numbers make sense. But we do look at every line item as it comes. The first 2 pages or really by division. I will note on slide 14, we did add the South Water Plant into the mix in 2022. As you know, with that plant, there are some operating costs associated with that, so that's running about $400,000 a year for operating down there. That does not include any personnel in that number. The personnel still split up amongst the others. The highlighted part on slide 14 is what is our future debt, which we kind of talked about earlier when the wastewater plant comes online and we start paying the full debt payment on that in 2023. And we've also included the groundwater remediation in here, although you won't see any numbers in there because we have that out in 2028. So that won't affect this 5-year period. So we take all that information, we put it in our analysis spreadsheet, and then what we try to come up with is on the bottom of page of slide 15, we try to come up with what is the amount of dollars that we have in hand to operate the water fund. And our goal is 6 months, which is 180 days. It's kind of a standard number that we look at from the industry standard. And so we try to look at that. The other number that we're looking at that we're keeping our eye on very closely is on slide 15, that bright purple line, which is our fund balance. As you can see, our ending fund balance at 2020 was $17 million, and this is also provided on the next slide, which is a little bit easier to read. The ending fund balance at the end of 2020 was a little over it was about $17.7 million. But as we move out into the next 5 years and we start capturing that $2 million in water line improvements out of cash and that additional debt financing for both the water plant and the south and the wastewater plant, you'll see that fund balance starts to drop pretty quickly. And we knew that was going to happen. Like I said, we've been trying to plan for this for several years, so we've been trying to, kind of build that up in anticipation that these two very large projects were going to come online and we're going to have to pay for them out of debt. So those slides on page 13, 14, 15 kind of give you the data of what the expenditures and the revenues are anticipated to be, and kind of give you kind of what we're looking at when we're trying to figure out where do we need those rates to go. Slide 16 then, as I mentioned, does give you an historical look at what the fund balance in the operating fund has been. As I've mentioned, we have an operating fund for the wastewater, water and wastewater utility, and we also have a capital reserve fund. So we have some funding set aside for capital items. But the operating fund, as you can see, about $17.7 million in 2020. We're anticipating that that number will go down to about $6 million by 2026. And that would assume that all of our projections came in, we spent what we were projecting that we would, revenues come in as we like. And as we know, we don't have a crystal ball. That's why we do this every year. And we take the actual numbers and we put them in there and we try to figure out, okay, what did that do to our numbers? And how do we move forward with that? The next slide, 17 is,
Just real quick, in terms of your crystal ball, if we're doing like the 3% rate increase annually through 2026, and I think it was in 2026 where we get down to like that 144-day operating threshold. I mean, are we anticipating like 2027 and beyond, we're going to continue to do a 3% annual increase, like when we look way down the road to like some of those, like the debt service payments that you had referenced earlier in the presentation, and how those were going to come down? Does this anticipate longer?
it does, however, because the data is so volatile.
Right.
In that 5-year window, I can say we've in our spreadsheet, we've looked at 3%, but that puts us in the hole. So that's why we don't look that far out, because the numbers are so volatile that if we said we're going to do 3% for the next 20 years, that's not realistic, because we don't know what those numbers are going to be. If we were looking at these particular projections, and we said 3% for the next 10 years, that fund balance would be in the hole significantly. So when we get the actual numbers and we start rolling those, then we have to decide, do we need to go up a little bit? Do we need to go down a little bit? You know, kind of look at that number. Does that make sense?
It does. And understanding that if we just keep at 3%, we're going to eventually be in the hole, I mean, gives me a little bit of pause for thought, because then once you start talking about 3% over 10 years, then it's 30%.
Right.
And, because 3% doesn't seem like, that seems like a pretty modest increase, but once you start taking it times multiple years, it's just something to keep in mind. I just want to make sure I was
It seems
understanding that.
overwhelming, but if you think about like the cost of inflation and things like that, if we were looking at those numbers, 3% probably, and our historical, when we looked at what we looked at it in particular this year is what have we done in the past? And it probably over the last 4 years, our numbers have gone from 3.5 to 4 to 4.5 to 3. 2 was very low for us last year, and we did that very intentionally because of COVID. But we also knew then that we were going to have to get back up to this level. So in my opinion, if we can stay in that range of 3 to 4% at some level, we're doing pretty darn good. If we have to go up to 5, 10, or 10% increases, then that's when it becomes an issue for me. Because then you're really having to make up a lot of ground that you weren't preparing for.
Gotcha.
And that's the bottom line. But I will say, if these projections held for the next 10 or 15 years, 3% would not be adequate to sustain it.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Of course, shouldn't there be some relief on those rates come 2031 when the debt service starts falling off?
There would be if the projections weren't already putting us so much in the hole, if that makes sense. Because if I look at the projection for 2031, if I had to bring my computer, we're in the hole in 2031 by $2.5 million. And that's with that number coming off, but that's because we've projected all these numbers for 10 years that may be incorrect. So we don't know. They may be high. We hope they're high so that we can maintain a 3% rate, but we don't know that until we know it, if that makes sense.
And another example is groundwater remediation. If we're able to bring that project in on budget, that's $5 million that we've factored in that we might be able
And
to
that's
free up.
the other thing. When we settled that with KDHE, we really thought that we had a number. I mean, because originally we thought it was going to be a $10 million price tag, and we really thought we had it at 0. We kind of put a placemaker in there of $5 million, not knowing. Isn't that correct? So I mean,
That's correct.
I don't want everybody. I guess in my mind, I don't want us to think that $5 million is a done deal.
No.
That it's going to be spent.
No.
It's
No.
just kind of a placeholder.
That's definitely correct. But we'll see what COVID does to our bid numbers as we're taking this project out to bid. But I'm like you, hold out hope that we can bring that project in on budget or close to budget and free up some of that placeholder.
And this may be a whole nother discussion when we look at our budget, but because they wrote us a check for $67 million or whatever. Are those funds invested? I mean, even if it's so we are getting a return on that money that should also help.
The project's getting a return on that money to
Right.
help them be able
Right.
to pay for any additional costs,
Right.
yes.
And a couple things to add to that. We're in the process of putting together financial investment policies to get broader authority from the state to incrementally earn a little bit more return on that. And then additionally, a lot of this will be spent down pretty soon in terms of that initial push for remediation. So funds on hand will go down pretty rapidly here in the next year or two.
That's correct.
All right. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's
On
okay.
to slide
I would
17.
rather you
Thank
ask the questions while I'm thinking about it. So on slide 17, I wanted to give you kind of a historical look at what we've been talking about we were going to spend all this money on, so that you kind of know we're doing some of the things that we've said for the past 5 or 7 years that we've said we were going to be. So back in 2016, when the information was brought forward, it was anticipated that we'd use part of this money on the south well field, part of it on construction of the south well field, and then part of it on the wastewater treatment design, treatment plant design. When we came forward in 2018 to 2020, we kind of moved that around and said we would like to use part of it on the water plant and the wastewater plants. At that time, we didn't know about shilling, so that was always been in some of the analysis that we've looked at. And we've also had to kind of put back in our picture economic development projects, because as we know, economic development projects are starting to really ramp up, so we really need to be prepared for those things. So then on slide 18, I kind of wanted to give you the historical information about what we've actually done. We told you we were going to do those things, but what we've actually done with these things is we've spent about $700,000 on the utilities for the field house. We did spend a significant amount of money on the South Water Plant design and owner's rep, acquisition of easements. We spent some of that money, and we continue to spend money on the Lower Smoky Hill Access District for water rights. We've spent a little bit on EPA funds, but so that fund is getting spent when necessary. The other thing I will say that comes up a lot in our discussions is if we have an economic development project and we need to do utilities, where are we going to pay for that out of? So that's kind of in the back of our mind as we go forward. You'll see on the next page, kind of shows the historical fund balance of the Capital Reserve Fund, which was at a little over $10 million, with our anticipated usage of $7 million in 2022. That brings it down to about $3.7 million. That also anticipates that we're not taking any additional money out of the operating fund and putting in that fund. That's something that we could make that decision, change that decision at any point. But that's just what's in the projections for this particular 5-year period. That leaves us about $3.7 million if something happens, either an emergency, like Wichita had, that they had to come up with all that, or we have some large economic development possibility that we might need to do utilities for. We have that set aside for those activities. Slide 20, are there any questions about the data or any of that before we start looking at kind of what the bill looks like and how this affects people's lives?
You had just put an asterisk by no target fund balance had been established for that. Is that something that future commissions should take a look at? Do you have any recommendations?
It's not a budgeted fund,
Okay.
so it's a possibility. It may be something we want to look at and say, we want to make sure we always have $5 million in
Right.
there, because we know if something major happens, to me, it's probably good planning. And then we continue to add to that fund until we get that fund balance. And if we use it, then we kind of have to replenish it in some way. So that it certainly wouldn't hurt. But I just wanted to let you know we do not currently have one.
Gotcha, thank you.
Any other questions about the data and the analysis and all the information? I know that was interesting reading as you looked through it. So the next thing we wanted to go over was kind of how does all this affect the users at home when we're looking at their utility bill. The breakdown of the utility bill is that every month you have a fixed fee for a meter for water, and you also have a fixed monthly fee for wastewater. Every utility user pays consumption on water and consumption on wastewater. The sanitation bill is included on their water bill, which is going to be recommended to go up in 2022 to $17.50, and the Salina Drive-Through Recycling Center is on their water bill. So that's kind of what makes up the water bill. It's not all water, it's not all sewer, it's a combination of those things as we look forward. So on slide 21, this is the numbers that we adopted last year, just for your information. We were at $8.53 for water charges, or for a flat fee for water, and we were at $6.27 for most users for a monthly fee for the water meter. And then our consumption was $5.42 for 1,000 gallons of water and $8.53 for sewer. As you recall, and I think it's described in the next page, sewer is basically determined by a winter quarter average. So the utility department looks at what you've used in water in January, February, and March, and they average that, and that's the amount that utility customers are charged for sewer for the next year. We also use that number if people don't have a set number for excess use fees. When the drought came in 2006, I always forget that year, the city changed their billing policy and started using excess use fees, which means if you go over your winter quarter average, if you use more than that in any given month, you pay double the price for your water. And the full purpose was to get people to try to conserve, because that drought was bad. And we didn't want to be in a situation where we couldn't provide water. And we've seen in the numbers, in the consumption numbers, that has worked. A lot of cities are doing it. The other things that are in here, we'll talk about a little bit when we go to the proposed rates. So the next slide is proposed rates, and this is out of the analysis. So what you can see is in 2020, in the yellow line, about in the middle of the page, we raised our rates 3.5%. In 2021, we raised them 2%. And then in this 5-year projection, we are projecting 3%. However, like I said, we'll be back next year with the actual numbers, see what they did, see how things performed, see what the price is doing for us, and we'll reevaluate that. We do that every year. With a 3% increase, that brings our water rates, I'll go to the next page because it's much easier to read. So the next page is actually the water consumption charges and the wastewater consumption charges. But the easiest information to read is actually on slide 25. On the bottom table of that, the 2022 section, it raises our water rate, our monthly base fee to $6.46, our consumption to $5.58 per 1,000 gallons, our monthly base charge for wastewater to $8.79, and our consumption of wastewater to $6.20 per 1,000 gallons. For a conservative user, which we consider 2,000 gallons of water and 2,000 gallons of wastewater, that bill would be $38.80, which is an increase of $1.13 per month. For a typical residential customer, which is 8,000 gallons of water, 6,000 gallons of wastewater, that bill would be $97.07, which is an increase of $2.83. For a higher residential user, which is 20,000 gallons of water and 8,000 gallons of wastewater, that bill would be $176.43, which is a $5.14 increase over the prior year. As a comparison, we show that water at that price, $97.07 for 8,000 gallons of water, that's about a penny a gallon, which is pretty cheap when you look at consider other things that we're paying by the gallon. But I wanted to actually provide this information for you because I thought it was important for you to see our historical increases, how we've tried to level those out and be as conservative as we possibly can be when raising those rates in anticipation of upcoming major events to the utility system.
If a person really wanted to, I don't know if we ever see this trending on bills, but a person could theoretically really increase their usage for 3 months if they planned on wanting to irrigate in July and, okay,
Yes.
But it would also increase
their average,
their wastewater
Yes.
too,
okay.
because that would be based on that.
It's based on the same 3-month period. So if you overused in January through March, which determines your excess use rate level, it also determines your wastewater consumption for the next whole year.
Gotcha, okay.
So it's kind of, while it makes sense, it may not be beneficial. I haven't calculated that, but I've heard people that have actually told me they do that, so.
It might be a break-even point, but it's probably a great big positive.
Yeah.
Right.
Making a green yard.
Yeah. So the next few slides really compare us to the other cities, other local municipalities that have water and wastewater. This is comparison of water only because sewer charges are determined by a lot of different factors. As you can see on the table on slide 26, for 5,000 gallons of water, Salina falls pretty close to the middle, a little bit higher than the middle. At 10,000 gallons of water, it falls to a little bit cheaper, and that all depends on how each individual utility does their billing. Some are, you use so much water and then it's cheaper when you get higher, and some are, you use so much water and it's more expensive as you get higher. So it just depends on how they are, and everyone has a little bit different. The next table on slide 27, I wanted to show you the actual rates. The rates that I'm providing you for all of the other entities are from 2021. So I provided you what Salina was in 2021, which is the bottom orange box, at 40.65 for 5,000 gallons, which put us below the halfway mark. If we put in our 2022 rates compared to their 2021 rates, and we would assume that they are also going to increase, or most of them will, we're still just right around the midpoint of cost at 5,000 gallons of water. That's all I have, unless you have questions. So basically, what we'll bring back to you next week is a 3% increase on every rate, which is water consumption, and these rates are all separately. Theoretically, we could put different percentages, but for administrative, it's much easier for us to calculate. A 3% increase on consumption for water and sewer, a 3% increase on the monthly rate for both water and sewer, and that's kind of what our recommendation is going to be next week. Questions, concerns, other direction that you'd like us to calculate?
Anything for Ms. Tasker or Ms. Pack to anticipate before next week? All right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I'm sorry, just one thing. That graph ended at 2026 as far as the downslope in the fund balance. And I noticed it wasn't sort of gliding into a plateau number. It was just like a rocket just going straight down. You know, that looks, 2026, there'll still be $5 million here, but at the rate it's going down, wouldn't want to be sitting up here in 2029 because that number goes negative.
I don't think it will, because we'll be back next year and we'll say, that number's going too fast, we need to do this, because we're reacting to the actual rates. And as you recall, part of the conversation was, we may budget $24 million in expenses, but we may only spend 20. So then how do when we're budgeting for what we need to do. When we actually do it, we're actually doing what we could get done. So there's a big difference in what we need to get done and what we actually get done. So those numbers change. And so when we get here next year, that number for 2022, while we're saying it's $22 million in expenses, may come in at 20. It may come in at 19. So we're going to have $3 million more that we would assume that fund balance stays at that level. So the purpose of looking out like we do is to not get to 2026 when it's below $5 million, is to adjust as we go.
And then I would add, too, that we're building in some assumptions about cash expenditures because we have fund balance. We've been saving up for some of these things. If we get uncomfortable with what we're seeing, instead of paying cash, we can debt finance the deferred items at the sewer plant or something like that, spread that payment out over time, and protect that fund balance in the process.
And then we have to decide if there was $3 million less than what we planned to spend, do we just keep it on account in fund balance?
Correct.
Or
That's what
lower
we
the
look
rate
at.
the next year?
Exactly. And as we get into some of this stuff's happening now situation with like the water plant and the staffing and those things, as we get into those, we should be able to become a little bit more comfortable with our numbers are squeezing in and we're getting more accurate at what those numbers are, to be more comfortable at what level those will be.
And Commissioners, I hope it's apparent that the level of detail that we are trying to plan at and that we're revisiting it annually, that we're trying to do the best that we can to take into account what we know, what we anticipate, as well as adapt to ever-changing circumstances. But we're not in a position where we're having an emergency that we can't pay for. We're making informed decisions about future projects.
It seems like it would be a good place to not be afraid of carrying an unusually high fund balance for a couple of years, knowing in the ebb and flow of things, it's going to be coming back down 5 years later.
Well, and that's why I said it. That's why it's not uncomfortable for us to project high numbers in the expenditure side when historically those numbers have not been at that level, if that makes sense. So we're basically protecting ourselves in that projection, if that makes sense.
And even with that projection, and Debbie's, feel free to disagree with me, I feel like we have a healthy fund balance in the water fund, which is allowing us to propose the strategy that we're proposing to you and have some ability to react and adapt, both in terms of cash spending and taking a look at this on an ongoing basis. If you said that we are exceptionally concerned about fund balance, the first thing we do is go back and revisit some of these sizable assumptions and change those to look at what that does to the fund balance as well.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much, and
Okay,
we'll
thank
see
you.
you next week. I see a couple members of the public here. Any questions or comments about the presentation that we just had? No? All right. We will adjourn until 4 o'clock then. 6th, 2021, Salina City Commission meeting. First thing I'd like to do is to request staff confirmation that the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll proceed with roll call.
Mayor Hodges.
Here.
Commissioner Davis.
Here.
Commissioner Hoppick.
Here.
Commissioner Peck.
Here.
Commissioner Ryan.
Here.
If you're able, please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We don't have any awards and proclamations today, so we'll proceed to Citizens Forum. Citizens Forum is an opportunity for any member of the community to speak on an item that doesn't appear on today's agenda. We would ask that you identify yourself by your first and last name and tell us where you're from and limit your remarks to 3 minutes. And with that, I will open up Citizens Forum. If there are any members of the public here that would like to take advantage of the opportunity, come on up to the podium.
Dalton McDowell, City of Salina. One question. I get all the bid packets when you send it out to contractors. What is the deal with, I can understand if it's a lot more money not going local. Why can't we start going local with our contractors? Quit bringing in out-of-town contractors. The only one that's continuous local is APAC, and that's because they have their plant just south of town. If it's a little more expensive, it's still going to get used in the city limits. It's still going to get used in town. You're still going to get tax money off the money you pay these guys. Why don't you start bidding, even if it's a little more expensive, which it seems lately it has been, give it to local contractors. Quit bringing in out-of-town contractors, and I don't know where this, you have to go with the lowest bidder nonsense came from. But there is no, unless it's in your city code that you have to. Usually the lowest bidder creates the most problems. Look at your mowing for an example, if you want an example on why you don't go with the lowest bidder.
Thank you, Mr. McDowell.
Norman Mandelstein. What are the last 3 words in the Pledge of Allegiance? Justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Mantle. Is there anyone else that would like to speak today? And I don't know that we have anyone online to speak. If you are online and would like to make remarks, please raise your virtual hand. All right. We do not have any public hearings or items scheduled for a certain time, and I would like to request of the commission that we reorder the agenda somewhat and move items 8.1 and 8.2 up in the agenda to follow item 7.3.
I concur with that, Mayor. Would you like a motion to
Yes.
that effect?
Yes, please.
Mayor, I move that we amend the agenda, moving numbers 8.1 and 8.2 to follow 7.4. Was that your suggestion?
It
The
doesn't matter
personnel
after
manual?
7.3 or 7.4, either one works. Whatever your preference is.
7.3.
Okay.
Second?
We have a motion and a second to move items 8.1 and 8.2 on the agenda to follow item 7.3. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes 5-0. And with that, we will proceed with the consent agenda.
Item 6.1, approve the minutes of November 22, 2021. And item 6.2, approve resolution number 21-8000 describing the corporate limits of the city of Salina.
Are there any items that a commissioner would like to pull from the consent agenda? And if not, I would accept a motion to
Mayor,
approve
I
it.
move we approve the consent agenda.
Second, I'm sorry, excuse me. Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes 5-0. Item 7.1.
Item 7.1, approve ordinance number 21-11080 on second reading, changing the zoning district classification on a 34-acre tract of land located on the east side of South Ohio Street between Magnolia Road and Schilling Road.
Thank you. A little bit of background. Ordinance number 21-11080 was passed on first reading on October 11th, 2021, with the second reading held in abeyance until the property received its final plat. Since that time, the City Planning Commission has approved a final plat of Lakeview Estates Number 2, and the City Commission authorized the mayor to sign the plat and accept the offered right-of-way, easement, and restricted access dedications on November 22nd, 2021. So at this point, we are just finishing, we're at the last stage in the process on this, doing the second reading of the ordinance so that it can go into effect. And does anyone have questions for staff?
Nope.
Any questions or comments from members of the public? That I'd bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor Hodges, I move we approve ordinance number 21-11080 on second reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 21-11080 on second reading. Could we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Aye.
Commissioner Peck,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Hodges.
Aye. That motion passes 5-0. Which takes us to item 7.2.
Item 7.2, authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Great Plains Manufacturing and approve the purchase of a playground installation upon execution of the agreement.
Mr. Hammond.
Hello and good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Hammond, Interim Director of Parks and Recreation, presenting to you all to request the authorization of the purchase of a replacement playground for Lakewood Park and to accept a sponsorship and donation for the purchase and installation of that playground. One of the most important aspects of any park system is its playgrounds. Through play, children can develop many skills on challenging and safe structures. Our park system has 22 playground installations, with several parks having more than one unit. Lakewood Park has one unit, and that is number one on our replacement plan. Lakewood Park Playground is 26 years old, and it's showing its age and condition. Additionally, the surface is composed of sand, which is not considered accessible according to the American with Disabilities Act. Recent funding for playgrounds has come from the Special Park Fund, which is distributed to the city of Salina from the state of Kansas through the sale of alcohol. It was anticipated that these funds were not going to be enough to cover the desired replacement of 2 playgrounds in 2022. Typical expenses for playground installations include purchase of a unit, the surfacing, installation, and concrete costs for the barrier. As a result, staff sought to find a sponsor for playgrounds, which resulted in finding interest from Great Plains Manufacturing. John Quinley, recently retired president of Lampride, is here to represent Great Plains Manufacturing. Resolution 17-7442 created a City of Salina sponsorship and advertising policy for the purpose of seeking alternative funding sources and to increase the ability to deliver services to the community. Per the policy for sponsorships, any amount that exceeds $20,000 requires City Commission approval. We've used this policy extensively for advertising on scoreboards, as you may have seen at Dean Evans Stadium and the Field House. An example of playground sponsorship similar to Lakewood Playground is Billbrook Park, where the Red Baron chapter of AMBUCS sponsored that in 1997. That was done by a resolution 97-5179 instead of an agreement like we have now. The signage for that is in your packet as an example. Great Plains Manufacturing is proposing to provide a sponsorship in the amount of $100,000 for the purchase of the playground. Additionally, Mr. Roy Applequist, founder and former president of Great Plains Manufacturing, has committed to donating $50,000 for that said playground. The playground unit has been reviewed by Great Plains Manufacturing. It's from Miracle Recreation and is designed with the approved Great Plains colors. A drawing of that is in your packet. The installation would be done by Custom Play Systems, which is the sole supplier and installer of Miracle Recreation Playgrounds. The surfacing choice is a pour-in-place flooring that is 100% ADA accessible. Similar surfacing is at Olivia's Playground that was done by the hospital. The concrete curbing around is from a local concrete contractor. The signage design is currently being developed by Great Plains, and the cost of that sign will be taken out of the contingency for this project. And again, like I stated before, they're looking at well, maybe I didn't state it before, but they're looking at a similar sign as what is at Bill Burke. So it'd be an archway over a sidewalk. The total expense for the project without the sponsorship would be $235,242, and with the sponsorship and donation, it would be $85,424, which would be funded from the Special Parks Fund. Lastly, it should be noted that the implementation of this project will not commence and the playground will not be ordered until authorization is received from you. The sponsorship agreement is signed by all parties, and the sponsorship and donated funds are secured by the City of Salina. So the options before you today is option one, authorize the city manager to execute the sponsorship agreement and approve purchase of playground installation upon execution of the agreement and receipt of sponsorship donated funds totaling $150,000 for the Miracle Generation Model playground, and deposit the sponsorship and donation funds for that project into the Special Parks Fund. Number two, postpone authorizing the city manager to execute the sponsorship agreement and approve purchase and an installation to a specified date and time, and provide staff direction regarding additional information that you may need for further consideration. And number three option would be to deny the purchase of the playground and do not accept the sponsorship from Great Plains and the donation from Mr. Applequist. Staff recommends option number one. I'll be here for any questions you may have. I'd also like to request an opportunity for Mr. Quinley to speak if he wishes to do so.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hammond. Any questions for staff? Oh, thank you. Mr. Quinley, we'll put you on the spot, and definitely if you'd like to address the commission, we would certainly welcome that.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. You know, I'm a lifelong Salinan. Grew up in the parks. As a kid, a parent, grandparent, and to have this opportunity from a wonderful corporate citizen like Great Plains, and for the Applequist family to be a part of it as well. As you all know, Roy retired from Great Plains a few years ago. And for me to be a part of that company for 40 years and be a part of this project is wonderful. So great consideration. Hope it goes through, and I'll be there to watch the whole installation. So thank you very much.
Well, I'm going to make you stay up there for
Okay.
just a second.
Sure.
Because I want to thank you while you're at the podium, and really want to thank not only you, Mr. Quinley, but also Linda Salem and, of course, Roy Applequist and the Applequist family. Like you said, great corporate citizens, and this is only one example of how you, as a corporation, have helped out the community. We have projects in other parks like Lakewood and Indian Rock that Great Plains has lent its equipment to, and helped us in so many other fashions in terms of sponsorships at the former Heritage Hall. And so at any rate, just really want to thank you for spearheading this effort and accept our thanks from a grateful commission for helping us to extend taxpayer resources to be able to do something like this. So
You're very
thank you very
welcome.
much.
Thank you for the time, Mayor.
You bet. Any questions or comments from members of the public?
Larry Pencratz from Salina. 1988, the Parks and Recreation Department took a chance and put in a disc golf course in Lakewood, and it was before the current playground, so you should have seen that one. And I just wanted to thank Parks and Rec for all the support with the disc golf. We just put all new baskets in Lakewood. It's really come around, you know, to see a middle school be sited and all this going on is just really exciting, and us adults like to play too. It helps us grow up. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? And I'll look online. I don't see anyone online to speak, so I'll bring it back to the commission for further discussion or action.
Salina's been blessed with many corporations and individuals that support our endeavors as a community. So it's with my great pleasure that I move that we authorize the city manager to execute the sponsorship agreement and approve purchase of a playground and installation upon execution of the agreement and receipt of sponsorship and donated funds totaling $150,000 from the Miracle Extreme Generation Model 174 or 714-S655 from Custom Play Systems, and deposit the sponsorship and donation funds for the project into account number 250-9500-9110.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to enter into a sponsorship agreement with Great Plains Manufacturing Incorporated and to purchase and install a new playground at Lakewood Park. Again, Mr. Quinley, thank you so much for getting this effort going. Thanks to park staff for making it happen. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes 5-0. Thanks again very, very much. Item 7.3.
Item 7.3, award project number 21022, Fifth Street parking lot to Votes Park Construction in the amount of $445,421.56 with a 5% construction contingency for a total project authorization not to exceed $467,692.64 and authorize the city manager to execute a contract with Votes Park Construction.
Mr. Stack.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. This project has been a little bit of time in the making, as finishing the KU city parking lot there a few years ago, and finally getting to the next section of that, which that parking lot will hopefully function a lot better when this is done. So it's functioned, this north half is in good shape, and we're going to make the south half try to look just like it. So that's the goal of this project. It's being funded by the STAR bond, kind of dollars that were left over from all the different projects as a part of that with the field house. Mike can explain that better if you have more questions on it, but my task was to make sure we get a parking lot designed and constructed prior to those expiring. So that was our goal. We have a year to build it, which I believe helped us a ton on this project. As you can see from the bids that were received, really competitive bids, a lot of bids. We were pretty excited about it. So I don't know what it is about parking lots. Maybe, I don't know what's nice about those, but we haven't seen that many bids for quite a while. So we were glad to see that many bids. We were surprised that they were so low, as you can see from the engineer's estimate. So I thought I'd better start with explaining that a little bit. When we looked at the last project, which was done in 2018, we kind of used those numbers and looked at the kind of the middle of the road numbers that we had, and then ended up inflating those for 3 years. So that was how we arrived at a $714,000 estimate, which arguably was in the middle, or would have been not great, but it wouldn't have been something that would have been too this bidding environment with costs and kind of the uncertainties that are around, it could have worked. So when we get a bid that's almost half, or not quite half that, it was pretty surprising. So we had to go look and see what why that was. And so it seems like parking lots are definitely out of traffic. Contractors there are not as many utilities to deal with, not as many subs. Those were just some of the reasons that we found from these contractors that they were excited to bid the project. We did have a really low contractor with AK Construction out of Wichita. We tried to verify references with them, and we're just not really able to. We talked on the phone, we Facebooked. I mean, we found some references. They definitely are in business, but they haven't been in business very long. And every time they sent us, a reference, couldn't get a hold of them, couldn't verify it. It was frustrating a little bit. So that's why it's taken a little while to get this bid to you. So I guess in this case, Votes Parga was the contractor who did the last project. So that means that they were really, really qualified. They did a good job the last time. They did it in less than 2 months. Did a good job. And so we feel like, well, they're the second low bid, and we definitely can verify the references. So we feel like that's probably the best recommendation from our chair at this point. And cost was really good. And city attorney helped us with, normally our projects, we don't have a lot of bidders, or we go with a low bid. So it's unique not to be able to do that in this case. So city attorney helped us with the language for how to go with the second bid and kind of our Salina code that allows us to do that. So I think that's all. I'll sit for questions.
Any questions for Mr. Stack? Okay, I had a very basic question.
Okay.
Because I didn't see it in the packet. This is the 5th Street parking lot that is
Correct.
just to the south of the University of Kansas parking lot.
Correct.
Okay, all right. I wanted to make sure
Yeah.
that I had the right one on there.
I could have put a picture in there, and I
Yeah.
should have done that.
You
No,
might
as long-
verbally
as long
describe.
as we're all talking about the same parking lot, it's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, you might verbally describe the design. It interconnects
Yep.
the parking lots and improves the circulation of what I kind of feel like are two parking lots
Yeah,
south
there-
of
and
there right now.
The very south parking lot in that area, if you've been in it, it's very hard to navigate.
It is.
I guess they squeeze it in there and it works, but doesn't work very well. So in this case, we're going to be able to basically make one long kind of almost racetrack. And if you've been in the 7th Street parking lot behind Old Chicago, similar to that. It'll be similar to that with a couple of entrances and exits, and should function. And you just go in a kind of a racetrack or a loop basically, and should function really a lot better than it does now.
Actually, when you mentioned the other parking lot, kids have some friends who live in a loft there. Do residences who use that parking lot as their front door, really, do they get the equivalent of a reserved spot in that lot?
That has not been addressed before. There'll be good parking there that is there now. I don't know, my understanding, there's a few that I know that live there, or that had some parking almost across the alley would be to the west of the alley. But as far as, and we have to continue that access, basically, we'll make sure they get that. But we really just reconfigured the parking lot, really the kind of between the University of Kansas parking lot and the one that's really a weird parking lot. That'll be about the same. It's not a lot different. We just extend the racetrack, but it'll take out that south parking lot and make it really function much better. So as far as where they're parking today, it shouldn't change a lot, I guess.
Okay.
Unless Salina Downtown has changed its process, we did issue parking permits annually for residents who live downtown, but it didn't carry with it any kind of a guarantee of a space in a particular parking lot. It was just more or less to let parking enforcement know that it was okay if that vehicle was parked there for an extended
time.
period of time. But
Thank you.
And I believe the parking lot behind KU School of Medicine and Nursing, there's a certain number of parking spots that are reserved for KU School, for students and staff.
Correct.
For just during a certain period of
Correct.
time.
Yep.
This parking lot has no restrictions on it to the south, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
any further questions for staff? Any questions or comments from members of the public? And still not seeing anyone online. I'll bring it back to the commission for action.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Mayor, I move, I was going to shorten this a little bit. All right. In that case, I will move to award the bid for project number 21022, Fifth Street parking lot, and I'm going to, is it Votes?
Votes, Parga?
Votes Park, thank you. Construction in the amount of $445,421.56 with a 5% construction contingency for a total project authorization not to exceed $467,692.64. And authorize the city manager to execute a contract with Votes Parga upon fulfillment of all prerequisites under the bid documents.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. And I'm
Mayor.
going to try to,
Do we,
Mayor, I'm sorry.
I knew what I left
oh,
out.
do we need to
Well-
acknowledge
Yeah.
that they are not the low bidder with the following stipulations?
I'm sorry for the length of the motion, but there are several steps involved there.
Okay.
Your determination that the public interest is being served is dependent upon the findings that are articulated there, and you are actually rejecting the AK construction bid and moving on to the second lowest bidder. So to be sure that it's clear that those are your findings,
Read the whole thing.
I'm afraid that would be the best
Okay.
approach, yeah.
Well, if you remember what I just said and put this in front of it. All right,
Well,
yeah.
that would probably work.
All right. I move to determine that letting the work for the project to Votes Parga as the responsible bidder, submitting the lowest and best bid and rejecting the bid of AK Construction furthers the public interest based upon the following findings. 1, AK has not been able to produce verifiable references or evidence of experience with comparably complex public projects. 2, information published by AK on social media indicates that its recent work history mainly involves driveways and small parking lots. And 3, the second low bidder, Votes Parga, has timely and successfully completed comparable projects for the city. B, reject the bid of AK Construction and therefore award the bid for this project to Votes Parga for the amounts previously read.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to award project number 21022, Fifth Street parking lot to Votes Parga Construction, with noting the findings as listed both in the packet and in the motion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Now we're going to jump ahead a little bit and go to item 8.1.
Item 8.1, approve ordinance number 21-11092, changing the zoning classification of artistic nails and spa from R1 to C3 district.
All right, Mr. Ander.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. This is a zoning application that was filed by Chien Tran on behalf of Artistic Nails and Spa. And there's an existing commercial building that's located at the southeast corner of West Crawford Street and Merrill Street. That building dates back to 1948, and because of its time of construction, it has a 0 setback on Crawford and a very tight site. It was historically used as a furniture store. Then that furniture store closed, and Chien Tran moved a nail salon into the building, but because of very limited off-street parking,
She's not able to fully utilize that building or to have as many stations as she was like to have. So she has identified a need for additional customer parking and has purchased and is proposing to tear down an existing home that's to the south of her business to create space for the construction of additional parking. And so the Salina zoning ordinance requires that in order to have customer parking, that customer parking has to have the same zoning classification as the business itself. So this is a request to extend the C3 zoning that exists at the corner an additional 50 feet to the south. Your role in this case is to review the applicant's zoning request and determine whether the application of C3 development standards to this lot would be compatible with the zoning and uses of nearby property. We pointed out that from Merrill West, most of the south side of Broadway is zoned commercial. The commercial zoning is much deeper west of this property than it is on Merrill, where it only extends those first two lots. The applicant believes that the highest and best use of this property would be expanded parking to serve her business. It's at the edge of a residential neighborhood. To the south, it's exclusively residential. All along Crawford, it's commercial. And so if this were approved, it would extend the boundary an additional 50 feet on the east side of Merrill, where it's already Zone C3 on the west side for a depth of 400 feet. There should be no impact on public utilities or services. There's no curb cut for the home on Merrill. The access is to the back. If there were a parking lot built there, there probably would be a driveway connection there and with the alley. The Planning Commission conducted a public hearing on this request on November 2nd. The applicant was present. There were no neighboring property owners who appeared or spoke at the hearing, and the Planning Commission voted 8-0 to recommend approval of a zoning change from single-family residential to C3 for this lot. And their findings are summarized on page 7 of your report and also incorporated into the ordinance that's before you this evening. So your options in response to this request would be to concur with the recommendation of the Planning Commission and approve Ordinance 21-11-092, which would change the zoning classification of the property to C3 Shopping Center District. You could refer this item back to the Planning Commission, state your reasons for your disagreement with their recommendation. You could direct the applicant to resubmit this application as a planned commercial district, which would require a submittal of a site plan as part of the zoning consideration, or you could overturn the recommendation of the Planning Commission and decide to make a motion not to approve Ordinance 21-11-092. That would require 4 votes. If you chose that option, then use of the property that is the subject of this application would still be limited to residential uses, and the applicant would not be able to construct expanded parking there. If you were to take action tonight approving the change, then second reading would be scheduled for next Monday. So with that, I'd be open to any questions you have about the application.
Any questions from?
Just have one, I think I know the answer, but just if this property were, this one lot were later sold, the C3 zoning would
Continue with the land.
continue with that?
Yes.
And because it immediately abuts residential property, with the C3 going, there would be no restrictions on how it could be used?
The main difference would be if someone were to build a building instead of a parking lot. That building would have to be set back at least 15 feet north of the fence line, and there would have to be a landscape buffer in there. So by zoning at C3, it's not guaranteed that it will always be a parking lot.
Right.
It would be open to other C3 uses, But if that were to occur, then there would be a 15-foot buffer between any building and the residents to the south.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I had a couple. The fact that we're going to C3, is there any requirement that the home that's currently there has to be demolished, or can they just leave it there?
Well, conceivably, they could leave it there. It's currently unoccupied. I think that I don't believe the applicant would have purchased it for that purpose. She indicated that she had no interest in renting it out or continuing its residential use.
Does the actual parking lot plan have to be approved by the city?
Well, it would be approved by staff.
By staff,
Yes.
and because there's going to need to be a curb cut there, so staff
Right.
will approve where the
Yeah,
curb cut is.
We would work with Public Works on the curb cut and the alley connection, but we have what we call a zoning certificate that we issue for parking lots. It's like a building permit, except it's a zoning certificate.
And I guess the last question is, so they can exit into that alley and use that as an exit if they wish to, or an entrance?
Yeah, what we did when the nail salon first went in there, the city has historically had a policy that if you use an alley as an access aisle for commercial parking, then you have to pave the alley. So what the artistic nails salon owner did was pave the alley directly south of Crawford and then put in paved parking behind the business. And
To the-
so
to the
if that were to
east.
continue, the alley would have to be paved
Okay,
farther south.
okay. And that's part of the city will...
Yeah, that would
sure
be
all
part of our review.
Okay. Okay.
But step one is the zoning, step two would be demolition of the home and garages. Step three would be submitting a plan for expanded parking.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any members of the public that have questions or would like to comment on this issue? And not seeing anyone, I'll bring it back to the commission for further discussion or action.
Mayor, I move we approve ordinance number 21-11092, changing the zoning classification of the property from R1 Single Family Residential to C3 Shopping Center District on first reading. Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 21-11092 on first reading. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes 5-0. And that takes us to item 8.2.
Item 8.2, approve resolution number 21-8006, authorizing the mayor to execute a license agreement with Wheat State One LLC to allow the installation of a private sanitary sewer line and a grease interceptor.
Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. We have what we hope will be the final piece of the puzzle for the Prickly Pear Grill and Cantina project and their use of the adjacent Campbell Plaza. As you're familiar with the project, we've outlined at the bottom of page 1 and 2 how this project has progressed through different steps, and there was a revised license agreement that was approved by the City Commission on September 17th, 2021, which was an update of a previous license agreement. At the time that was done, the location or proposed location of the grease interceptor was not known at that time. And then on November 15th, prior to Thanksgiving, you authorized the mayor or the city manager to execute a sidewalk cafe license agreement to establish an outdoor dining area in the plaza. That was determined at that time that because the sidewalk cafe license agreement is renewable and does not run with the land, that was not the appropriate instrument to address authorizing the grease interceptor. And so this is being done as a separate license agreement that would be signed by the mayor, and it would be recorded, and it would run with the land. So there are some similarities with this and the Barolo Grill project. In this case, the former Coop's Pizzeria is being used as the kitchen area for the proposed restaurant. The plan shows a sanitary sewer line coming out of the south side of the restaurant building, and then going to the grease trap, which would be located in a new raised planter that would be constructed north of the new covered stage. Staff reviewed that and indicated we didn't have the authority to allow that to be located on city-owned property. And as we noted, a similar approach was taken with the Barolo Grill, which has both a Sidewalk Cafe license agreement and a separate license agreement for their grease interceptor that's located in a concrete planter in the plaza. And so they've indicated that based on the design and layout of the restaurant kitchen, the sanitary sewer line needs to come out the south wall of the building. They're going to try to get the sewer lines installed prior to pouring the plaza floor, which eliminates the need to repair or replace any of the plaza surface. They will backfill the planter with soil and top it with mulch and place landscape materials there to help screen the manholes that are in the grease interceptor. And the planning will be done once the planter is complete. The licensee will be the one that maintains those landscape materials, and the work involved will be through Restore Construction and a local plumbing firm, and they'll work with a local landscaper to come up with a planting plan. As we noted, there's some precedent for this, and this was the mechanism that was used for the grease interceptor at Barolo Grill. So the licensee will be responsible for restoration of Campbell Plaza surface and landscape planter following the installation, and the long-term maintenance and care of the landscaping, the planter, and the interceptor will remain with the licensee. So your alternatives this evening would be to approve the attached resolution, which would authorize the mayor to execute a license agreement with Weed State 1 to allow the installation of private sewer lines and a private grease interceptor in Campbell Plaza. You could postpone consideration of Weed State 1's request to a future meeting date if you feel additional information is needed either from staff or the applicant to act on this request. Or you could decline to approve the proposed license agreement and provide further direction to Wheat State 1 and city staff. So we've tried to provide you a site plan that depicts the proposed use of the plaza, a plumbing diagram that shows how that would work, a cross-section of what a grease interceptor looks like and how it works, and then a project site plan that would be attached to the license agreement. We did want to point out that a Sidewalk Cafe is attached to a particular restaurant operation, and if that operation closes, the agreement is terminated. In this case, because it's a permanent improvement, this agreement would run with the land. So if for some reason this restaurant were to later close or to change hands, the agreement would be recorded and run with the land.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. Any questions from the commission?
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from members of the public? All right, we'll bring it back to the commission for further discussion or action.
Mayor, move approval of resolution number 21-8006, authorizing the mayor to execute a license agreement with Wheat State 1 LLC to allow the installation of a private sanitary sewer line and a grease interceptor.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 21-8006. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion passes 5-0. And now we'll move back to our adjusted agenda. For those who are following along at home and have a copy of the agenda, we're now taking up items 7.4 and 7.5. So item 7.4.
Item 7.4, personnel manual updates.
Thank you. Ms. Fisher.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Before you are 3 different proposed revisions to Articles 14, Article 17, and Article 22. These are areas that are completely within your purview to approve or provide different directions. I will start by giving a brief overview of each proposed revision, and then we'll give an overview on our process that led us to bringing these to you today. The first one is Article 14, holidays. The proposal is to add Juneteenth to the observed holidays. This was prompted by President signing Juneteenth last year as a federal holiday. It is completely, again, within your purview whether or not that one is added. I did provide a little overview on some of the other municipalities and organizations that have added it and which ones we're still reviewing it. Several have added it, some are still reviewing it. The reason we opted to bring it to you in December is in December, our internal policy states that we're going to provide our employees all of our holidays for 2022, and that's why we're asking you to make this decision at this point rather than wait further into the year next year. The next item, other leave. This is just an attempt to establish a threshold to categorize leave for individuals that may not have the time accrued. That's the most common reason that we see individuals with unpaid leave. They may be newer employees, and the leave needs, it might be incremental, it might be an event that happens before they have enough time to cover their absence. Again, often it's when they haven't been here long enough to build up any time. I noted that sometimes, particularly with sick leave, individuals will take a look at requesting an advancement, but not all leave falls into our sick leave category. Sometimes they may need to be gone for reasons other than illness or family illness. This did come about also because of supervisors wanting to be able to equitably address attendance. Sometimes if attendance, they were running into routine times where employees might not work the entire pay period or have enough leave to cover the pay period, and an effort to equitably address that and consistently address that. A question prompted by a department head today did make me realize that I left out a small phrase on section 6 of Article 17. And the intent, the phrase that was not included in your proposed revision would be the phrase per calendar year. So the proposal is to, and I'll go ahead and read it with the edit, to add the category of unpaid leave. Employees may exhaust all relevant leave balances prior to taking any unpaid time off of work. Department heads may approve up to 24 hours of unpaid leave per calendar year without the city manager's or a city manager's designee's approval. And then finally, the last edit would be to remove the language that specifies a 40-minute response time as the residency requirement, and this is in Article 22, generally labeled policies. The intent here is to provide a little more flexibility to the departments. At least a couple have come forward and asked about expanding. There's two different types of residency requirements that we have specified. For department heads or executive level, it's within the corporate city limits of Salina, and the other category is a 40-minute response time. So with the, I believe the intent for the departments that wanted to expand that for the categories of roles or functions that they have that has the response time, that they wanted to be able to expand that in efforts to possibly have additional candidates in their recruitment pool. So if this would be approved, the approach would be that each department would submit something to the city manager that specified what the expectations would be. And again, this would be not just by individual, but broadly each category of employee that currently has those. I don't have the exact number, but I'm going to ballpark about 65% of our employees currently have that 40-minute response time in the residency requirement. So that's a brief summary of what we are providing you to consider. How we go about bringing these forward, the process that we use. We start by identifying them. Sometimes it will be prompted by employee requests at employee council. Sometimes it will be by different requests from department heads or supervisors. But we start reviewing those, and then once we've identified some changes, we do include both executive staff, which would be department heads primarily, in those discussions, and then also take it to our employee council. Our employee council receives it, has the ability to distribute it throughout their departments, provides any comments, questions. We bring it back, try to finesse it, adjust it, whatever we might see fit, and then take it back to them once we've compiled. So in this example of these 3 proposed adjustments or revisions, it was over a 2-month process, hitting 2 different employee council meetings because we meet with them once a month, and then we work those to bring them back for your consideration. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions. I will go ahead and just lay out the recommended action. Number 1, to approve resolution 21-8002, adopting the proposed changes. Number 2, to approve with amendments as the commission would deem appropriate. Number 3, to postpone consideration to a specified date and time and provide staff direction on additional information or amendments that you would like to have provided for further consideration, or vote to deny at this time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fisher. Any questions?
Currently, is the 40-minute response time citywide or attached to certain job positions? I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that water and police are probably would have that 40-minute response time.
Yes.
So are there
I might-
positions in city government that don't have that?
Correct. Several of our administrative clerical type staff may not have a 40-minute requirement. That doesn't mean that most of them don't live within 40 minutes,
Right.
but that would not be a requirement. Currently, public safety, both police and fire, any of those sworn officers would have it. Public works, such as street maintenance, utility workers that respond to
So this
water
would
main breaks.
continue to be attached to specific jobs and not just a blanket citywide policy?
Right. It would provide a little more flexibility for that department to take a look to see if they would want to continue that 40-minute response or possibly expand it to 50 minutes, an hour, or drop it altogether. But it would provide the flexibility at the department level rather than a one-size-fits-all.
And just to be clear, there is interest on the part of employees, for sure, and department heads as well, to respond, to consider increasing that response time in response to feedback from employees, applicants, and in an effort to increase our hiring pool. So I don't want to leave you with the impression that there won't be changes suggested or made. This is in response to a pretty significant desire to do so.
To the extent that it doesn't reduce efficiency of response, obviously, water main break would be the one most people would probably think of, but I could envision other emergencies. When employees are called in, let's say on a Saturday night, are they paid from the time they leave home or the time they get to work?
To the job site.
Okay. Thought I'd made up my mind on this one. I'm going to think. I'll just listen to other comments. I'm still thinking.
If someone was hired under the new plan and at some point we figured out that it wasn't working correctly, they would be grandfathered in, I would take it?
That would be our approach, that we wouldn't change the rules on them and
Right.
say you either move or we're going to end your employment.
Right.
Yeah, anytime we would make a significant policy change like that, we would work with the
Grandfather.
employee and grandfather.
Anyone else with questions for Ms. Fisher? I just had one in terms of the unpaid leave policy that we're adding, and just had a question about what's going to be like the reporting mechanism or the recording mechanism to keep track of that time as it's awarded and as it's used.
Currently on our timesheets, our electronic time system, and keep in mind that's our current approach because down the road we'll be dealing with time and attendance electronic system. But currently, if someone is out of leave time and it's unpaid, then that is a category. So for anyone who, let's say, works normally 80 hours over a 2-week pay period and they would happen to be gone 3 hours that were unpaid leave, then at the end of that pay period, the department's responsible for providing a category that says unpaid leave. So we would have the means to run those reports, whether it's by pay period, monthly, quarterly, to provide back to the departments.
Okay. All right, but this policy isn't something that's developed, excuse me, from our next agenda item with the administrative leave. This is something completely
No.
separate than that. Okay.
Right, this just gives us a starting point to say, currently there's a number of different things that could cause an employee to have unpaid leave, but we want to make sure that
Right.
we have kind of an ability to lump it and categorize it as something other than there's possibly a lot of unpaid leave and no one formally approved it. And if, let's say, it's a cyclical pattern that we don't end up, 9 months down the road and we don't have a means to really address it. It just gives us a good starting point to take a look at that and see if any action. And many times, if someone is gone, it's for reasons, such as COVID. And that's okay, but it just gives us a starting point on how we categorize it and what point we put it forward for approval.
Thank you. Any other questions
Just
from?
related, to that, at what point does the number of hours unpaid affect one's ability to still receive their benefits, like health insurance?
So it might depend on how long they've been here. For example, someone that has been here less than a year that, let's say they would have several weeks of unpaid leave, we might take a look to see if we need to then categorize that as an unpaid leave of absence, and they may or may not qualify for health insurance. If someone's been here over a year and qualifies for family medical leave, then and it would fit, then we would have an obligation to carry that forward a minimum of 12 weeks or 480 hours. But it's circumstantial. Also, from a CAPERS standpoint, we do have to keep an eye on if someone is gone, for example, more than 50% of their normal hours, then there's different reporting that has to go forward to them to explain why they're not working their regular schedule. So I guess that's a long way of saying it depends.
It depends, okay. Sounds like you're on it, okay.
Thank you.
I had one other question dealing with the 40-minute response time, and it kind of deals a little bit with Commissioner Davis's question. If I'm currently working for the city of Salina and I decide to move outside of that 40-minute response time, that would be allowed under the new policy. So I guess my only concern is, we govern, we don't manage, so it's up to the department heads. But I don't see this happening, but you could have a significant number of people all of a sudden that would be outside of that 40-minute response time. Just because I hire somebody, it doesn't mean my others can't. So I guess that's a issue they'd have to deal with. But most department heads that would have this were okay with this policy.
Right. I don't have a sense on how many are going to be coming to me requesting changes, possibly two, and some departments really won't be impacted. For example, human resources staff, my staff all lives well within the 40 minutes.
And
but
you probably don't have a response time. I
We
mean,
don't.
You don't, yeah.
So-
There's only, I know there's only limited, so as long as all those department heads are okay with it, you
But
don't have to.
they would have to be okay with it to the extent that they could still deliver their service
Right.
in a responsible time period. I mean,
Correct.
if none of their employees live any closer than 90 minutes, then that's
Yeah,
not
40
going to be
minutes
much
is
use.
okay,
That's not going to be
50,
much
but
use
yeah.
to us if there's a citywide emergency.
One thing I didn't mention on how that's communicated to employees, it is designated on any of our position descriptions. So an employee wouldn't have to guess whether or not their particular position is with, has a residency requirement. It's going to be on any of our position descriptions and what that is, as well as some other documents that we maintain internally that show here are the positions subject to the response time or not,
And that's at the sole discretion of the department head?
with the approval of the city manager.
Okay.
Right.
So your prior point is correct. As they make that recommendation and as the city manager needs to consider whether to approve it, it's not directed at an individual employee. It is an assessment of the operation of the department under that revised response time. So they would need to take into account not just speculation about who might take advantage of it, but the possibility that, the
That
broad-
everyone might be
yeah,
affected.
Worst case scenario, and everyone that's eligible does.
Does our policy read now they have to be within 40 minutes to respond?
If they have the residency requirement, correct. If they have that as part of their position, then it is within that 40-minute, the language of 40-minute response time.
Are those departments, and we maybe are beating this horse to death, but are they on call all the time, or does it change up? Are certain people on call?
They're subject to call in, maybe not specifically on call. And then some departments do have, just by the nature of their roles, a higher frequency of call-ins.
But to that point, without an employee being scheduled, truly unscheduled on call, there's no guarantee they're at home at the time.
That's what I was going to say. They could be visiting, they could be out of town, they could be.
We, as an organization, we don't rely very heavily on actually having employees scheduled on call, because there's provisions that go along with that as well.
Because I know like at the hospital, you'll be on call, and you have to be within 30 minutes, which means if you can live in Hayes, but that means you may be staying overnight somewhere within 30 minutes because you have to be there.
Or drive real fast. Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Ms. Fisher.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments from members of the public? And if not, I'll bring it back to, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no? Okay, last call. All right. We'll bring it back to the commission then for action.
Okay. Mayor Hodges, I move we approve resolution number 21-8002, adopting the proposed changes to the City of Salina Personnel Manual with noted change to Article 17, other leave.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the proposed changes to the City of Salina Personnel Manual with the change so noted in the unpaid leave section. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion passes 5-0. Item 7.5.
Item 7.5, Salina Fire Department Admin Time Update.
Mr. Scragg.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This report is the culmination of quite a bit of time invested in conversation and research. I know that you're very aware of what's transpired so far, and quite a bit of what's in my report is a summary of what was in the BKT report, but I tried to provide you a background that provided you and readers some context of kind of where we think we're at based on all the information that's come to light. So as you may well know, the fire chief functions as the department head of the fire department, relying on their chiefs of staff, which are comprised of 3 battalion chiefs, a training chief, an EMS chief, and a fire marshal. So that is their command staff structure. Battalion chiefs are a supervisory position, and they're scheduled on a 24 on, 48 off basis. So their schedule is unique compared to a typical city employee, comparable to firefighters within the department. We have not had a deputy fire chief since the middle of 2006, when that position came vacant. It corresponded with filling the fire chief position, and so there were some conversations about filling the position, or strategically just kind of the preferred approach that to be taken. And the decision was made at that time to allocate the responsibilities of the deputy chief to the chiefs of staff. And so rather than fill the position, chiefs of staff took on added responsibilities that previously were the deputy chiefs. And as I indicated in this report, as has been indicated in some of the information in the BKD report, that is being pointed to as creating scheduling conflicts in terms of the responsibilities that want to go along with that compared to the schedule of battalion chiefs in particular on a 24/48 schedule. So again, the battalion chief positions, or the positions in question, are salaried employees. They're not eligible for overtime, and that's another contributing factor to some of this conversation that's going on. And then additionally, the city of Salina does not have, nor do we administer, a comp time system in the organization. We've not made provision for that. And so that all kind of contributes to the conversation that took place, and then, for lack of a better word, I guess, the justification that was offered for the admin time approach that we found and that we're now discussing and reporting on. So we do have an executive leave time policy that's provided for by city policy, and it applies across the organization. It's not unique to the fire department. It wasn't drafted or tailored to the fire department's circumstances. And I provided a direct quote of that in the staff report. But essentially, it's targeted at 4-hour increments. It does contemplate the possibility of time in excess of 4 hours on a case-by-case basis, and then beyond a day, it contemplates city manager approval. So within the fire department, use of executive leave time became a subject of, I think was commonly referred to in the department as admin leave, but I'm kind of equating it to executive leave, and that use was the subject of complaint and concerns that then brought us to the need for to bring BKD in as independent auditors to conduct a forensic audit and try to get to the bottom of what was actually transpiring in the fire department. So with the exception of Kenwood Cove, which you've heard this last week when we reported on the time and attendance system, but with the exception of Kenwood Cove, the City of Salina organization does not have time clocks or time and attendance software until you authorize the purchase on November 22nd. So that was, in particular with the fire department, there were multiple sources of data that were all available as it related for BKD to look at and relied on in different ways by the Salina Fire Department. They maintained an Outlook calendar. They developed software, I guess you'd call it proprietary software, that the department developed that they called Data Tracker, that was projected at the stations and projected the staffing that was scheduled. They maintained paper records within the department for shift records. It ultimately was entered into our city's AS400 system until we transitioned to Munis payroll. We organization-wide developed electronic timesheets that, in an effort to kind of add some efficiency to our record keeping for time and attendance. So they began filling those out. And so in the end, we've identified as many as 6 different sources of data that that were in use in the fire department and that were available for BKD. We also identified that there were varying levels of accuracy among those different sets of data. So I think, as you know by now, in 2007, the fire chief at that time prepared and circulated a memo that provided guidance to battalion chiefs in particular, referencing the city's executive leave policy that I mentioned, and providing their interpretation and instructions to chief of staff of how he interpreted that policy and how he intended for them to utilize that policy. As the investigation's gone on, he has provided communication to us and to the media, providing additional detail and explanation of his rationale. It ties back to that decision of not having a deputy chief distributing those responsibilities across his chiefs of staff, recognition on his part that that was creating work outside of their scheduled time, and his stated intention of using the exec leave policy by way of his interpretation to offset that inequity, for lack of a better word. So at that point, the 2007 memo set in motion a process that we are now calling admin time, admin leave. I already touched on it in terms of the tying it back to the deputy fire chief position and that workload outside of normal scheduled hours, and the fire chief at that time's assertion that he felt that he was acting within his authority by way of that interpretation of the executive leave policy. So in essence, that created a modified version of executive leave that was being administered in the fire department. When BKD addressed you on August 16th, they provided considerable detail about their review of the data that was available to them and their conclusions. That was all done in the interest of transparency. That was formatted in a way that was as much information as possible that could be publicly disclosed. The information was referenced by referring to a chief of staff 1 through 8 without naming individuals, and quantifying the amounts of leave that were used in that report. So oversight of this matter is a personnel matter, and we've had these conversations before in terms of the structure of city manager, council form of government, the provisions of our code of ordinances as it relates to the city manager being the responsible for the personnel within the organization and the process. We certainly have had conversations as it relates to this matter about the additional provisions about due process, and not only is the city manager tasked with personnel supervision, but the city manager serves as the final arbiter of personnel matters and appeals, and so we work very hard at being sure that we were preserving due process for individual employees to have their appeal heard by me as the city manager. As a result, the deputy city manager was tasked with taking the details of the BKD report, reviewing those, and conducting further personnel investigation, personnel hearings, and preparing recommendations to me, much like as our personnel policy provides. So that process has been completed. Those items still remain personnel matters not subject to public disclosure, but the process is completed, and felt that now is the time to provide a public update as well as then a personnel update in executive session. There are 3 of those 8 individuals that are not employed by the city of Salina. Some of them were not employed at the time that this complaint was first lodged and the investigation was filed, and I certainly want to go on record as saying it would not be appropriate to presume that any of them were terminated. They're just not employed by us at this time. As I mentioned, individual personnel hearings were conducted. One of the things that I want to be sure to point out is in their initial report, BKD included language that they reserve the right to supplement the report if additional information becomes available. That has been the case. The staff report that was provided to you noted that as part of staff, Jacob Wood and Natalie Fisher's work with the data and the personnel processes, there were some details that were identified, and I tried to spell those out in the staff report. One of those being not everybody was on a 24-hour schedule, and so recognition that the difference between an individual that was on an 8-hour schedule and a 24-hour schedule, if they were assumed to be on a 24-hour schedule, that magnified the impact of that leave. There's also kind of a record-keeping aspect of how we do our payroll in terms of showing all the leave at the beginning of the pay period, BKD didn't necessarily pick up on that when it was pointed out that there might be a linkage between leave showing up later in the pay period and that front-loaded approach. That was an adjustment. And then today, we were also advised that there was a recognition that one chief of staff had one admin day accounted to them when it should have been accounted to a different chief of staff. So Chief of Staff 8 had a admin day attributed to them that BKD advised us that should have been attributed to Chief of Staff 2. So that it would also have a slight impact on at least the allocations amongst the individuals. In the staff report, I noted that BKD's original estimate of the value of the admin time taken was $197,848.24. In light of the changes that were identified in the revision that they made, that number was reduced to $145,271.14. And then similarly, the value of vacation was originally calculated at $75,373.73 and has been revised to $70,223.22. I want to be sure to make clear that BKD's analysis, their quantification of the values, was all on the premise that admin leave was not permissible, that it was time off above and beyond vacation, sick leave, any earned leave. It was just time being taken off that wasn't authorized. Admittedly, the 2007 memo and the implementation of that interpretation of executive leave creates a challenging circumstance in terms of whether it is approved, how to treat that leave. On the part of the individuals, they certainly have a written communication explaining to them what they may do in the opinion of the fire chief. So that was definitely factored in as we looked at the personnel review and personnel recommendations. Similarly then, the vacation leave calculations all presumed that leave had to be attributed in some fashion and should have been taken as vacation. If the premise is that it's permissible leave by way of the department head, then it wouldn't necessarily have been vacation leave that would have had to have been taken. It really becomes very much a policy difficulty in terms of what was implemented and how that was implemented and how it was administered, but it really kind of becomes a past practice and policy question that adds a different character to it than BKD's numeric quantification possibly. I noted in my staff report that this issue has been characterized as time card fraud, and I probably should have also noted that it also was characterized as an effort to provide equity and fairness to fire employees that were logging time above and beyond their scheduled shift. Now, having said that, you've had conversations today about other employees, other departments, their leave policies, them being called back. And just being completely frank with you, I've told the chiefs of staff that this is a conversation that should have happened more deliberately, and there should have been a more formal determination in 2007 in order to put this in motion. That is an unfortunate circumstance that has come home to roost. So while it's been characterized as time card fraud, I want to be clear that the individuals have guidance that says they can do it, and I'm not prepared to just blanket characterize it as time card fraud, which is why it had to be looked at on an individual case-by-case basis as it relates to each individual and how they use that leave. I did provide you a fiscal note more as a point of reference than anything, but just recognizing that these positions aren't eligible for overtime, and if you use the quantification that BKD provided of essentially $145,000 over 7 years, that equates to $20,753 a year across the chiefs of staff. And then if you, just looking at the midpoint of the pay range for battalion chiefs, that equates to about 63 hours of overtime per individual per year. So I recognize I'm making some presumptions here, but if the premise is that there was time put in and the intent was to provide some offset for that time, I'm having to make some assumptions about pay rates, but taking BKD's quantification and trying to put that down to an individual level that equates to 63, almost 64 hours per person per year. Conversely, if we took the approach that they shouldn't be salaried, they should be hourly employees, then they'd be subject to overtime. And that, I don't know how to quantify that cost going forward, but that's a conversation we're definitely going to have to have. And then also, if we're so inclined to consider a comp time approach, if that is comped out within the same pay period, it's 1 for 1. If it's a comp time bank, it'd actually be calculated just like overtime at 1.5. So, earlier I said that this is a conversation that should have been had and a formal, open decision should have been made. That's a conversation that I think has merit, and we're definitely going to have, but it's going to be a question of hourly versus exempt. It's going to be a question of what is generating the workload. It'll be a question of is the work assignment to these individuals appropriate? Should we revisit a deputy fire chief? Should we be considering comp time, which we probably are more capable of doing now that we have a time and attendance software system than we ever were. There's a lot to unpackage as it relates to this topic, and it's just incredibly unfortunate that we're doing it now instead of on the front end. Having said that, I know there's plenty of questions, and I'll be happy to try to make myself and staff available to answer them.
Who would like to lead off with questions? None from my right, any from my left? 'Cause I've got pages, but I want to let y'all go first. I'm sorry, Commissioner Peck, any questions at this time?
Thinking.
Okay. Well, if you'd like, I'd go ahead and get started with a few. Looking back over the materials that we've been presented with over the last several months, from what I understand, the whole genesis of this investigation was concerns about Salina Fire Department overtime and whether or not that was an appropriate CPI project that could be addressed in how to reduce that overtime. Is that correct?
Well, I think there are really two things going on, but there definitely was a recognition on my part and finance and city manager's office that we wanted to look at the overtime generated in the fire department. And so as we looked at that, we also received a complaint, a report of admin leave. And so one of the things we were trying to figure out is there a connection between someone taking admin leave, as this approach provided, generating the need to backfill positions and generating overtime?
From what you've seen, in terms of the memorandum that former Chief Milliken supplied, as well as our own internal personnel executive leave policy, both of those require documentation. Have you seen any evidence of documented time, either with personnel requesting time from their supervisor, logs that were kept? Did anyone ever come to you to approve requests for leave time?
Trying to make sure I get all those questions.
Yeah,
but-
basically what I'm asking is that both Chief Mulliken's admin leave time memo and our own personnel memos basically require someone that's requesting to use some sort of leave time, one, that it be limited, I think it was to 4 hours in Chief Mulligan's memo, and then, our personnel manual has its own thing. So are there any records of, one, people requesting time from their supervisors or to your office?
No request in my office. There were logs kept, and there was, I believe, there was communication about approval. But I think there was a practice that was put in place as well in terms of how that was administered. And beyond that, that's probably a personnel discussion for executive session.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm just trying to get my head around whether all of this admin time was approved there by someone at some point. And then I guess the follow-up question to that is, how did the 4-hour increments grow into, say, like a 24-hour shift?
I'm having to speculate a little bit, but I think the rationale may have been that the 4 hours is an 8-hour approach directed at a more typical employee, and fire department's on a 24-48 schedule, but speculating.
And forgive me, it's clear that I'm probably the only one that really has some that wants to ask these questions, but both like Mulligan's memo and the personnel policy state that comp time can't be banked, right? So we're doing this whole keeping track of admin leave time, which isn't that in essence banking it, because then we sell it back to the city per our policy, and then that has ramifications on the on our pension obligations long term?
Well, I think, and again, I'm having to speculate about the rationale, but I think the intent was to make schedule adjustments in recognition of work performed. And so I completely understand.
I get that, but I think what I'm trying to understand is, like, for example, like, when did you learn about the memo? Is that something that came out with the BKD audit? Okay, so that was relatively late in the game.
Very much so.
Very late in the game.
Yeah, and when you say you, I mean,
I know,
there's a two-part process here.
City manager.
I was even late, yeah, city manager's office was part of that BKD investigation.
And I can answer that question. So, because I was privy to the information
Right.
the entire time, Deputy City Manager Jacob Wood. We did not have any knowledge of the memo by the former fire chief until about May of 2021, and that was provided to us when BKD was interviewing fire department employees by a firefighter.
Okay. So, and I'm trying to understand, like, the logic after that point, when you do have the memo there. And then I was looking back on my own emails, and I think I had emailed the city manager in March of that year, right after we had March of 2020. If we're not concerned with time card fraud, and we know about the existence of the memo, I guess my question is, why did we make the $100,000 investment in BKD? If it became apparent to the parties that this is a policy change and that we need to address.
We didn't know until May of 2021, so this year. I mean, the investigation it started in 2020, in September of 2020. We didn't know until May of 2021 that memo existed. So,
Right.
yeah, had we known about the memo in advance, we certainly would have made decisions differently, I think, about the investigation overall.
Right, because, and then it didn't come to us, and the report was still being refined until August of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
I mean, just a few months ago. It's obvious that at some point, the decision to remove the position of deputy chief had some ramifications that weren't expected. At what point do you say, okay, it's not working out the way we intended it, so we're going to have to bring that position back, or we're going to have to adjust the way we're doing things? At what point do you do that?
That is next in terms of this whole conversation, in my estimation. I think one of the things that we've talked about is needing to go back and look at the information we now have about what tasks were causing, battalion chiefs and others to be called back. There are going to be certain portions of their responsibility that probably are unavoidable, and it makes sense that they are going to have to respond. But then that doesn't necessarily mean it's a one-for-one offset on their schedule. If it's within some reasonable level, it's like any other exempt employee in our organization. If that load gets to be too much, then we need to think about it differently. Then additionally, I think I have seen enough evidence of tasks that are managerial, project management, that probably aren't all that reasonable to expect that a 24 on, 48 off individual is going to be able to reasonably take on. And so that's going to be, in my estimation, that's part of the conversation that we need to have. When I say we, city manager's office needs to have with the chiefs of staff and the CPI director and the incoming fire chief to strike the right balance. And there may be cost, whether it's overtime cost, but if you change their classification, whether it's a deputy chief, there may be added costs that go along with that decision. And maybe I'm getting too far afield, but I do think fear of those costs is partly what drove the prior decision and the way that it was possibly implemented.
And I do want to make it clear, just because someone is salaried or exempt doesn't mean that we can just take advantage of them.
Definitely.
You
right.
know, and everyone deserves to be fairly compensated for the time that they're putting in. So I don't want to convey that there's an expectation of, if you're on a salary, then we expect to have access to you 24/7 and to do whatever, whatever task we give you. I guess kind of the whole fundamental underlying question for me is, if this is just bad policy, I'm still struggling. I've made a timeline, I've updated a timeline trying to figure how it took us 3 years to address the policy. Was it just not an awareness of the existence of that memorandum?
I think it was that and a combination of not really knowing the details and feeling an obligation, not knowing where this path might take us, and feeling an obligation to do it diligently, thoroughly, objectively. If we just waded in with an assumption, a presumption, and the conversation could have splintered off in the wrong direction. We felt, based on what we saw, based on the preliminary conversations that were had, we felt like we had the obligation to invest this amount of time to get to the bottom of it. And the memo certainly changes that.
Why did we not discontinue the use of admin leave time? And I'm going to reference a letter that I received, and I don't know if the rest of the members of the governing body, did you receive a letter from Chief Royce? Mine came over the Thanksgiving holiday. Yeah. Because in it, he makes what I felt was a really good point about being put in an untenable position. And once he, and Chief Royce is here, he can speak for himself, obviously, but I just wondered if you could speak to the decision to inform the chief about it, but then ask him not to, one, either discontinue the use of the policy immediately, Or two, you know, to keep it from his chiefs of staff?
The couple things, I guess. Number one, due to lack of additional detail that could provide some clarity, we felt like the investigation needed to run its course, and discontinuing it and/or sharing it with the chiefs of staff who were the subject of the investigation would have jeopardized the investigation. A lot of this data had to be secured, had to be maintained, and had to be analyzed. I mean, we have the benefit now of hindsight, but at the time we were trying to preserve the investigation.
Okay. And then the other thing that really just disturbed me about the letter, and Mr. Scragg, I understand that staff has seen a copy of it, if not received it. The thing is, it contains some disciplinary materials on Captain LePage, who has filed the whistleblower lawsuit. And I know we can't get into that, but is it, I mean, I was under the assumption that personnel issues are confidential, and I feel like it puts me and the other members of the governing body in a really bad position to have that material given to us. So I just, I don't know. I don't know if anybody else had the same reaction that I did, but I found that very concerning.
And I'm unable to respond. I understand your concern. I'm unable to respond.
I just ask one.
Yeah, absolutely.
The way you asked the question just kind of triggered something. And is there anything about this system that should have been caught or could have been caught as an irregularity throughout our entire payroll and timekeeping system? I mean, something, you know, after a couple of years, anyone saying, boy, you know, this, boy, that's a whole lot of time off. I mean, or was this system invisible enough at the payroll level that it just flourished?
We've certainly had those conversations multiple times, and I'd welcome Natalie Fisher or Jacob Wood to add to that conversation. But the system that was set up, I would describe as irregular, and so it was administered at the fire department and then logged, and without a time and attendance system that was attaching, you know, physical punch in or biometric punching in and directly communicating that to human resources, we were receiving summary information signed off on by the department as the submittal for payroll.
I mean, as an example, if someone, you know, if there were more hours being charged to the fire department for pay period than what should have been there for the regular staffing. I mean, just irregularities like that.
And I'm going to ask Natalie Fisher to respond as well, but I don't know that this is more hours. This was an adjustment of hours as they were reported to HR.
Natalie Fisher, HR Director. Generally, when we would be looking at payroll reports, hours, we're primarily looking at totals. Nothing stood out until there was a comparison and a reconciliation between the two, at least two of the data sources that Mr. Scragg discussed in his report. And to give an example of some of the things that could increase over time, if someone is injured and they're moved into a light duty type role, then someone is going to have to be hired back to work to fill their shift. And anytime someone is adding shifts, someone being a firefighter is adding a 24-hour shift, there's a good likelihood that every one of those hours that they're working is all going to be overtime. By the nature of the 24-hour on, 48-hour off schedule, 2 out of 3 pay periods, those 24-hour firefighters are going to have overtime if they work only their scheduled shifts. One of their 2-week pay periods will be a little bit low, but then the next 2 will be above the threshold for overtime. So, 2 out of 3, they have, without any variances, without any additional work, without covering someone else's shifts, they have overtime. It's just part of their schedule. Training, transfers, covering other staff members, if we have turnover, retirements, all of those things are going to contribute to someone working extra hours and overtime. And it's, with that big of a department, there was nothing that stuck out leading up to the specific reconciliation of data that was then provided for BKD to do their analysis that said things were out of whack, other than the overtime numbers were bigger, and that's what we started looking. And, we might have been looking at more than one department at a time, but that's when it started, I guess, drawing a little bit of attention.
And for everyone's benefit, I believe there's 2 separate software packages that are used for timekeeping. What regular city staff and what the fire department use, correct?
Yes, so.
So you might explain that,
Yes,
and
so.
explain how they didn't tie together.
Right, so, and we truly don't have time and attendance yet. That will be something that we implement next year. But it's very manual. We have now electronic timesheets that after the departments approve them, we take the data, we being HR, we have to do some additional formulating or formatting, and then import those into the system. Prior to 2020, we didn't even have the ability to import, and it was all manually keyed into. Like, at the department level, one person had the luxury of getting to hand key specific payroll hours. And then we were able, when we got on new software, to at least have that electronic data in timesheet format to then upload, which decreased errors, as you can imagine. So every one of our departments has those electronic timesheets. However, what the fire department relies on to put the data into that is the data tracker system. That is not citywide, that is specific to the department to help them manage their staffing.
And just as a clarification, when we say an electronic timesheet, it's a glorified Excel spreadsheet that information that Ms. Fisher's referencing is still keyed into that spreadsheet. It just facilitates an upload into our system versus a paper transfer to human resources. It's still manual entry of the data, not tied back to clocking in or anything along those lines.
I guess looking at this might be for Mr. Wood, but knowing, I guess, referencing the internal investigation and just speaking generally, was there ever an acknowledgement from battalion chiefs that this policy would have seemed a little bit peculiar or out of place relative to the many, many other salaried employees within the city who work more than 40 hours a week with no other compensation beside that salary?
I would say we did, BKD did ask questions about whether fire department individuals or firefighters knew of other policies or how other policies work with other departments in the city, but the fire department is kind of siloed. So, I mean, they really, there were no answers that would have made me think that they knew that this system maybe wasn't, outside the norm. So, I mean, I don't think there's enough communication between departments for them to know how the record keeping is happening at the fire department or at the police department or in the water department, that they would have known that this was that much different. Does that make sense?
In my experience, I actually felt like I was getting feedback the other direction in that this presumption that it is hour for hour. If you, whatever increment of time you work extra, it needs to be accounted for somehow. There didn't seem to be a recognition of that expanded hours of a salaried employee. Now, I would say there have been conversations about the lack of overtime and the lack of eligibility for overtime being identified as a detriment to people wanting to advance into those positions. So there was at least a recognition that, you know, in certain positions within the department, you got paid overtime. These positions you didn't, but there was this expectation that instead of the overtime, you took the time off.
I've had, you know, you hear comments from other city employees or former firefighters that that seem to think that this practice went on long before Chief Mulligan's memo went out, and you know, that's hearsay. But I was curious what your thoughts are on whether or not you think this was sort of a practice that was widely accepted within the department prior to the 2007 memo, and that just formalized it, or do you think that was sort of the beginning of when things started?
Yeah, I think it probably did exist in some form before 2007. I think the memo in 2007 formalized it and probably expanded it.
How many years before that would you guess, if you had to speculate?
I have no.
Yeah, part of the difficulty is the data corresponds to
right.
The second set of data is coming from data tracker, which the timing of that corresponds.
Correct.
We don't have data going back further.
Yeah.
I guess I just keep coming back to the hand keying and or the data entry by hand too. That adds another layer to it. But what prompted the reconciliation between the data sources? Was that a request from BKD, or was that in response to the original, whatever it was that prompted trying to see if we could reduce overtime?
You know, it wasn't BKD that we started the reconciliation before that. I mean, we saw that there was something off between the data tracker data and what was happening in payroll. So we discovered that internally, and that started with a review of the overtime and just looking at the overtime. But then it was also assisted. I mean, it was assisted by a complaint that came in. I mean, when the complaint came in, we started to look a little bit further at the data tracker system and the other source of data that we didn't really ever have access to. I mean, HR doesn't have access to data tracker. They never have.
Gotcha. And I think that, you know, if we're talking about going forward and trying to find something good in this, I hope it does prompt a very deep discussion about our staffing levels at the fire department, because we've known that they're problematic for years. And, you know, it's one of those things. I understand that our previous city manager, Mr. Gage, was always looking for ways to make the city more efficient, but I think it's sometimes you run the risk at, you know, gaining efficiency, but losing a lot else in the process. And maybe it's time too that we start looking at, I don't know if that looks like an additional shift for the firefighters, or how you can get them up to a higher staffing level and how we support that financially. But if anything comes out of this, that would be one conversation that I hope that future governing bodies can have.
I will assure you, we're collectively committed to that. I hope you have seen my general style is, let's figure out the answer, let's quantify the cost, and then figure out how to implement it. We may not be able to get there, but first let's figure out the right answer and quantify what it takes to get there. I do think, you know, we're in a little bit different circumstance now financially than we've ever been. As an organization, there was a mentality that the funds aren't there. You've got to avoid expenses, overtime, whatever the case may be, if at all possible.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Any questions or comments from members of the public?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. Kevin Royce, Salina. My recent resignation as fire chief could, to some, appear as a presumption of guilt in this whole matter. Let me tell you, that's not the case. Instead, I chose to resign rather than go through the personnel hearing with the city manager due to the fact that I had lost the trust and faith in my command staff. It takes years to build trust, minutes to lose it. On August 17, 2020, the day after the BKD report disclosed that I had attended a meeting in February 2020 with city administration and was told by the city that the city was looking into fire department admin time usage, but was told not to share this with the command staff, all credibility and trust I had with my command staff was gone as soon as they found this out. The fire service trust is essential to perform our mission. I will never understand the city's administration's decision to put me in this most terrible and appalling position. I would never do this to another city employee, and I find it hard to believe an organization would do this to a department head. Today's city manager's report indicates he found no time card fraud and that the chiefs of staff were simply following an executive leave policy in place long before I arrived. They had assumed it had been approved by the city and it was permissible. I've always maintained this from day one. In fact, on September 22nd of this year, I sent a memo to the deputy city manager and HR director indicating these exact same facts and requested that all personnel actions cease against the chiefs of staff. I was met with no reply. Instead, I encountered what I felt to be a guilty till proven innocent mentality. I was accused of being too loyal to my chiefs of staff, and yes, I was. They are passionate and committed employees. I knew they'd done nothing wrong, yet alone anything illegal, despite what the media and a discontented ex-employee wanted everyone to believe. I was also accused of letting my chiefs of staff influence my decisions, that I ask too much for their input before I make decisions. The fire service operates as a team. My leadership style is to push decisions and authority down to the lowest levels, like any good supervisor should do. I am not a micromanager. I prefer to look forward rather than back, and we've touched on a couple of things. There are still two very important issues that have not been resolved or addressed, and hopefully they will be, and they are related. The first is overall department staffing levels. I've given this body the performance analysis of the fire department for the past 5 years, and every single time I include a slide that indicates the same staffing levels from 2004 exist today, despite a 45% call volume increase. I bring this up because this entire admin time issue was supposedly discovered during an examination of fire department overtime by the city. Overtime is a given in the fire service. Due to the minimum staffing needed to maintain levels of service, this body wishes to provide for the community. You can only manage overtime, never eliminate it in the fire service. It's a very simple equation. You either reduce overtime by adding staffing, or you increase overtime by not adding staffing. Without adequate staffing, you cannot develop your lower level supervisors to become battalion chiefs. On September 13th of this year, I sent the city manager information and recommendations on how to address this important issue. I spoke with several Kansas fire departments, and each indicated they had processes in place. They may not have been called admin time, but rather flex time, comp time, executive leave. They all serve the same purpose. Some departments even utilize stipends to address the 24-hour exempt employee issue. These policies are to compensate their 24-hour exempt employees for work done on their non-duty days. The only difference was that these cities realized there was a problem and created a workable solution to fix it. Many utilized the exact same policy that we were utilizing since 2007. Again, I did not receive any response. Why is this important? Because last month the department sent a letter of interest to each qualified fire captain to participate in a battalion chief promotional process. Not one captain responded. None were interested in moving from an hourly employee to an exempt employee until this issue is resolved by the city. Some even cited that after seeing how the city had treated the chiefs of staff, they weren't interested in the position anymore. You cannot operate a fire department without battalion chiefs. This needs to be changed or amended immediately. It's an easy fix. It seems other cities have figured out a way to do it. I've enjoyed working with the exceptional firefighters and paramedics of this fire department as their fire chief. My mission was to give them the necessary equipment, training to do their job safely and professionally, and to provide a level of service to this community that's bar none. They continue to do so each and every day. After a 35-year fire service career, I didn't expect it to end over an issue that should have been handled in what I feel was a more appropriate and transparent manner. My hope is that these remaining issues are taken seriously by city administration. The members of this department deserve it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this issue? And I don't see anyone online, so.
Yeah, I didn't have any questions, but I did have some comments, and the way that we have gotten to this place is, to this point is I don't want to say convoluted, but there's a lot of different things we can point to. I do believe from looking at this, the fact that we did away with the deputy fire chief created some issues as far as staffing having to step in. I do believe staffing levels need to be addressed. The 2007 memo obviously has created a lot of confusion. I guess I'm not, if I was a firefighter on the fire department and I had the manual and I had a memo there, it kind of gives you a direction that, again, that city staff, when I say city staff, I mean executive staff's not aware of, and that's a concern. I hope everyone understands when we're dealing with personnel issues, there's certain things that I don't know and that the citizen doesn't know, and we have to trust city staff to do their job. Anytime you're dealing with personnel issues, you know, you've got to do your due diligence before you make any kind of accusations. And I know it's all hard for us to sit here and wait for those steps to be taken, but it's a necessary step. I do believe another concern is our payroll system was antiquated. I think we've heard that. That's helped cause us some issues. One of the things I did want to address with Chief Royce was he made a comment in his letter that some of us called the whistleblower a hero, and I do not believe that came from anyone that sat up here. I believe that came from somebody within the public. So I just wanted to make that statement also. I do agree that we need to fix the problems we have. We need to be able to move forward and make our fire department obviously one that individuals do want to come to work for and make a career here. So that's the only comments I had.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoppeck. Anyone else? And if not, we do have a request for an executive session. How long do you think that we'll need on that?
Let's try 45 minutes.
45 minutes, and there's a note here that there is potential action to follow on that? Or was
I
that
think we're
is
just
that
keeping our
put in
options
there as-
open.
Okay,
Yep.
okay.
But
All right. Do we have a motion to recess into executive session?
Mayor, I move the city commission move into executive session for 45 minutes to discuss the subject of matters relating to and/or arising from the Salina Fire Department admin time matter which affects the privacy interests of non-elected personnel, based upon the need to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel pursuant to KSA 754319B1. Can we allow a 5-minute break in there?
Let's do.
We allow a 5-minute break before the study session, the executive session. The open meeting will resume in this room at 6:50.
6:50, shall we say?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to recess into executive session for 45 minutes, preceded by a 5-minute break. The open meeting will resume in this room at 6:50. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes, and we will be back at 6:50. Thank you very much. We're back in session from our executive session, and it looks like we're going to need to resume our executive session for an additional 15 minutes.
Mayor, I move the city commission recess into executive session for 15 minutes to discuss the subject of matters relating to and/or arising from the Salina Fire Department admin time matter, which affect the private interests of non-elected personnel, based upon the need to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel pursuant to KSA 754319B1. The opening meeting will resume in this room at 7:05?
7:07.
7:07, thank you.
Second.
Motion and a second to recess into executive session for the same purposes as previously stated, resuming in this room at 7:07. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And we'll be back at 7:07. All right, thank you. We are resuming in open session. We do not have any action to take on the previous executive session item, and that brings us to 7.5B, which is another executive session. And how long do you think we'll need on this?
Let's try 20 minutes, please.
All right, 20 minutes.
Mayor, if you're ready for a motion, I move that
Yes,
the
sir.
City Commission recess into executive session for 20 minutes to discuss with the special legal counsel the subject of legal considerations relating to and/or arising from the fire department admin time matter based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA A 4573-19B2. The opening meeting will resume in this room at
7:28?
7:28.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to recess into executive session for 20 minutes, resuming at 7:28 in this room. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you and welcome back. We are back in public session from our second executive session, and we do not have any action to take at this time, but I would like to share with the community that we're taking a very deep look into our own organization that's been prompted by the investigation into the use of administrative leave time by the Salina Fire Department. And part of that reflection has been a request that staff produce a resolution kind of summarizing what we'd like to see come as a next step. And I think that, and please step in if I'm not characterizing this correctly, but we would like to direct staff to prepare a resolution discussing administrative leave, the policy in general, as well as Salina Fire Department staffing, and what changes we can make to that department. Are there any other remarks that a commissioner would like to make? No? Okay,
Summarized.
all right. Then we will move on to other business. And before we go into hopefully our last executive session of the evening, are there any items under other business that a commissioner would like to bring up?
No.
Well, I want to thank Parks and Rec for a great time yesterday at the mayor's Christmas party. Saw a lot of talented young twirlers, and I also got to get my picture taken with Santa Claus. So I just want to give a shout out to Parks and Rec for really putting on a great party yesterday. And our final item of business is.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Just wanted, and I don't know if the public is invited to the statewide housing needs meeting.
I'm pretty sure they are, but let me double check quick.
Oh, good call.
Yes.
It is, all right. There's a statewide housing needs assessment meeting tomorrow, 12 p.m. at the Salina Chamber of Commerce Annex. Can't tell you what's going to be said or who will say it, but.
The state hired a consultant, same consultant we use for our housing study, to conduct a statewide housing assessment. First one they've done in 27 years, and this is a statewide rollout. They've identified regions to make presentations, and they'll provide an overview of their conclusions and recommendations.
Thank you.
Awesome. I just have a request for an executive session for about 10 minutes to discuss the city manager's performance evaluation.
With that, Mayor, I move the city commissioner recess an executive session for 10 minutes to discuss the subject of the city manager's annual performance evaluation based upon the need to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel pursuant to KSA 75-4319B1. The open meeting will resume in this room at
7:43.
7:43. Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to recess into executive session for 10 minutes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. We're back in public session after our executive session. There is no action that we're going to be taking at this time, so I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And we're adjourned till next week.